Philosophical Essays, Gottfried Wilhelm Leibniz. Ariu and Garber's Philosophical Essays. Hackett, 1989, gathers Leibniz's basic works and his engagements with Descartes, Malebranche, Hobbes, Spinoza, Locke, Berkeley, and Newton/Clarke. This forensic summary follows Leibniz's texts, editorial headnotes as frame only, in his register, precise, conciliatory toward the ancients when they could be rendered intelligible, polemical against Cartesian mass alone, always seeking reasons that terminate in the best of possible worlds and the harmony of perceiving substances. Abstract. Ariu and Garber's Philosophical Essays gathers Leibniz's basic works and his engagements with Descartes, Malebranche, Hobbes, Spinoza, Locke, Berkeley, and Newton/Clarke. Across early letters on method and the universal characteristic, the discourse on metaphysics and Arnauld correspondence, dynamics against Cartesian quantity of motion, the new system and monadology, and late polemics on innate ideas, phenomenal matter, and absolute space, one system emerges. Simple substances, monads, that perceive and strive, truths as predicate and subject, contingency secured by infinite analysis and the choice of the best, force beyond extension, pre-established harmony, without influx or occasionalism, space and time as orders of coexistence and successives. This summary follows that arc in Leibniz's own register, precise, conciliatory toward intelligible ancients, polemical where Cartesians and Newtonians leave reason short. Executive summary. The central thesis. Reality is a plenum of perceiving substances whose complete notions contain all that befalls them. God freely chooses the best among possible worlds. Bodies are well-founded phenomena of force. Soul and body agree by harmony established at creation, not by influx or perpetual miracle, and mathematical necessity alone never replaces sufficient reason. Foundational observations. Predicate and subject, and two principles. Every affirmative truth includes the predicate in the subject, explicit in identities, implicit elsewhere, and recoverable by analysis. Contradiction governs necessities, logic, arithmetic, geometry. Sufficient reason and perfection govern contingent existence and God's choice of this world rather than another. Infinite analysis of contingents never reaches identity for creatures, yet God sees the connection in one stroke. The secret that frees contingency from fatal necessity. Complete individual notions. The perfect notion of Peter or Judas already contains all free and necessary predicates. God chooses which possibles become actual, not by extrinsic fiat for each sin, but by decreeing that this complete possible attain existence. Species notions hold only eternal truths. Individual notions include laws of the chosen world. No two individuals differ solo numero. Force and dynamics. Extension alone is an incomplete notion, relative diffusion of anotypy, not a primitive absolute. Living force, MV superscript 2, is conserved, not Cartesian quantity of motion. Dead force, solicitation, differs from living force after motion progresses. Laws of impact, display, fitness, and final causes nested in efficient ones, not absolute geometrical necessity. Monads, perception, appetite, true unities without parts or windows. Natural change from an internal principle. Perception as multitude and unity, appetite as tendency from perception to perception. Bodies and aggregates are well-founded phenomena of monads. Something analogous to soul, form, and telechy is required for corporeal substance. Pre-established harmony. No metaphysical influx between created substances, soul and body, and all monads. Agree because God constituted each from the beginning so that what happens per se in one corresponds to the other. Occasionalism's perpetual deus ex machina and the vulgar hypothesis of influx are both refused. Best world and theodicy. Possibles claim existence in proportion to perfection. God freely chooses the series with greatest variety under greatest order. Evil is privation and original limitation, not a positive rival principle. Shadows and dissonances enhance the whole. Happiness is perpetual progress. not satiety. Innate dispositions and Petit's perceptions. Against Locke's blank tablet. The mind is vain marble. Truths as inclinations and potentialities awakened by sense and reflection. Insensible perceptions compose the sea's murmur, individuate, fill the present with past and future, and underwrite continuity. Nature never leaps. Relational space and time. Space is the order of coexistence, time of successives. Ideal when abstracted, not absolute containers. Identity of indiscernibles and sufficient reason forbid shifting the universe without difference. Newton's sensorium and watchmaker God-mend are idols that make God the soul of the world or an imperfect artisan. Engagement without surrender. Descartes is praised for method and geometry, corrected on force, ends, and immortality without memory. Spinoza on necessitarianism and Sola's idea. Malebranche on occasionalism. Hobbes on arbitrary truth. Berkeley on matter as nothing, phenomenon yes, monads missing. Clarke on absolute space. Mechanism and providence kept together. Significance and recommendation. Essential for anyone working through early modern metaphysics, philosophy of mind, or the foundations of classical mechanics. Read after a first pass at Descartes and Spinoza. Keep Arnauld, Locke, and Clarke as living interlocutors. The collection is the best single-volume map of Leibniz's system, short of the Theodicy and the new essays in full. Letter to Foulker and the Characteristic. Letter to Foulker, 1675. Foulker presses the academic demand that we examine every assumption before asserting anything solid outside ourselves. Leibniz agrees that perfect understanding requires proving what we assert, yet he refuses to surrender the whole of science while that examination proceeds. Hypothetical truths. What would follow if there were things outside us? Already save arithmetic, geometry, and large stretches of metaphysics, physics, and morals whose expression depends on arbitrary definitions and whose truth rests on identities. Contradictories cannot both be. A thing is what it is. It is equal and similar to itself. Even those hypothetical propositions, he insists, should eventually be resolved into identities. We ought not admit what we have not demonstrated. What is truly outside us begins, in the order of nature, with possibility and necessity themselves. Possibility, impossibility, and necessity are not chimeras we invent. We recognize them in spite of ourselves. Essences, the nature of the circle with its properties, are something existent and eternal. There's a constant cause outside us that makes careful thinkers discover the same thing, and phenomena confirm those eternal truths when a circle strikes the senses. In the order of our knowledge, two absolute general truths come first: that we think, and that there's a great variety in our thoughts. From the former, that we exist. From the latter, that something besides the thinker causes the variety of appearances. Descartes, accepting only the first, fell short of the first philosophy he sought. Had he followed the thread of meditating, phylum meditandi, he might have achieved it. Even the greatest genius must enter by the entryways nature has made. Variety cannot come from that which thinks alone. A single thing by itself cannot be the cause of the changes in itself, for everything would remain as it is unless something changes it, and to attribute variety without reason is absurd. Even an eternal series of thoughts would leave the particular variety without a determining reason in us. Hence there is some cause outside us. Subordinate causes yield the construction of matter and body, and here Foulker is right to stop us with the academic's criticisms. Experience assures us of connection among appearances sufficient to predict the future and of a constant cause for that connection. Yet it does not strictly follow that matter or bodies exist, but only that something presents well-sequenced appearances. An invisible power might give us dreams connected with preceding life and conformable among themselves. Could we distinguish them from realities before awakening? What prevents life's course from being a long, well-ordered dream? Descartes' appeal to divine perfection does not settle the matter. A subordinate genie might meddle, as the caliph who transported a drunken man to taste Muhammad's paradise. then returned him to interpret inconsistencies as visions and spread maxims learned in pretended bliss. Since reality passed for vision, what prevents vision from passing for reality? Microscopes and experiment engender moral assurance through constant accord, yet only the a priori origin of the world, pursuing why things appear as they do back to the ground of essence, would approach demonstrative certainty and nearly the beatific vision. Meanwhile, we learn how confused common knowledge of body must be, while the thinking self remains indubitable even in dreams. God's existence admits proofs beyond Descartes' guarantor, for we can undeceive ourselves about the most important things. Leibniz does not claim a demonstrative leap to bodies that would silence every skeptic at once. He holds that variety of phenomena has a cause, that we proceed reasonably in positing substances whose changes answer to changes in us, and that solid demonstration is analysis of assumptions down to identities, the art of discovery grounded in distinct knowledge of the easiest things. Preface to a universal characteristic. The letter's demand for complete analysis opens onto the project of a universal characteristic, a language in calculus in which notions receive characteristic numbers, so that reasoning becomes as clear and certain as arithmetic. Once those numbers are fixed for most notions, the human race will have a tool that increases the power of the mind more than optical lenses help the eyes, as far superior to microscopes or telescopes as reason is to vision. Disputes that now end by cutting the Gordian knot rather than untying it. Antagonists asking what criterion of truth you have, listeners lacking patience for weeks of examination, emotions winning over reasons, would be reduced to numerical terms. Even probabilities are subject to calculation. One can judge what is more likely from given circumstances. Missionaries who introduce such a language would establish a religion entirely in agreement with reason. Apostasy would be feared no more than condemnation of arithmetic once learned. A person who is neither prophet nor prince could undertake nothing better adapted to the good of the human race or the glory of God. Because producing true characteristic numbers for things apart is extremely difficult given their interconnection, Leibniz invents an elegant stopgap. Assume imaginary numbers that share a general property of true characteristic numbers, and with them demonstrate the logical rules and the formal validity of arguments. When the true numbers arrive, one will judge material soundness without mental effort or danger of error. Number is metaphysical shape. Arithmetic is, in a sense, the statics of the universe by which powers are investigated. Pythagorean mysteries pointed toward this secret, but without the true key, inquirers fell into vulgar Kabbalah and false magic. Leibniz nearly stumbled upon the alphabet of human thoughts as a youth, scribbling fantasies to amazed teachers. A blessed multitude arising from self-teaching and probing each branch to its principles before resting. Aristotle, Jungius, and Descartes each approached the doorway, yet turned aside. Descartes broke the thread of investigation toward applause, when a rational philosophy as clear as arithmetic would have founded a sect that could not perish until barbarism extinguished knowledge altogether. A few chosen persons, Leibniz estimates, could complete the characteristic curriculum in 5 years, morals and metaphysics in an unshakable calculus within 2. Samples of a numerical characteristic, 1679. The April 1679 sketches distinguish form from subject matter. An argument may work for a given matter, yet fail for other instances of the same form. Every triangle is trilateral, and some triangle is not equilateral, does not license. Something equilateral is not trilateral, as a formal pattern, as the metal/gold counterexample shows. The calculus assigns each term 2 numbers, one positive and one negative, with no common divisor within a term. Positive and negative parts of a term must share no common divisor. Less contradictory notions compose an impossible whole. Universal negatives require that numbers of different signs from different terms share a common divisor. Particular affirmatives require that they do not. Universal affirmatives require that each number of the subject be divisible by the number of the same sign in the predicate. The predicate notion contained in the subject, as whoever understands piety understands happiness within it. Particular affirmatives hold when the predicate lies in a special case of the subject, genus plus difference. Negatives affirm the contradictory predicate in subject or species. False propositions by reason alone involve incompatible notions. Pious and wretched cannot coexist when their characteristic numbers share a divisor between contradictories. From these relations follow the classical conversions and oppositions. Universal negative and particular affirmative convertible simpliciter. Universal affirmative convertible particularitor, and by contraposition. Syllogistic validity reduces to whether contradictory conclusions can share numbers with premises, a rehearsal, in arithmetic dress, of the containment theory of truth that the later metaphysics will deepen. Phylum meditandi. Begin from thinking and variety of thought. Descartes' cogito alone truncates the path to first philosophy. Eternal truths/essences. Possibility and necessity outside us. Natures, the circle, confirmed by careful thought and by phenomena. Universal characteristic numbers for notions. Calculus reducing disputes, even probabilities, to weighable form. Quote, thus of all things that there actually are, the very possibility or impossibility of being is the first. Now, this possibility or this necessity forms or composes what we call the essences or natures and the truths we commonly call eternal. And we are right to call them so, for there is nothing so eternal as that which is necessary. Thus, the nature of the circle with its properties is something existent and eternal. Quote, once the characteristic numbers of most notions are determined, the human race will have a new kind of tool, a tool that will increase the power of the mind much more than optical lenses helped our eyes, a tool that will be as far superior to microscopes or telescopes as reason is to vision. But now our characteristic will reduce them all to numerical terms, so that even reasons can be weighed, just as if we had a special kind of balance. Freedom, ideas, contingency, and primary truths. On freedom and possibility. All things in God are spontaneous. Every person has the freedom of doing what he wills. Volition is a conscious endeavor, conatus, for acting. A deed follows from volition and ability. Where conditions for willing and not willing are equal, there's indifference, not volition. One resists reasons by turning the mind away, forgetfulness, and so it is possible to resist reasons. Unless we admit that there is nothing without reason, no proposition without connection between subject and predicate, none that cannot be proved a priori, the whole structure collapses. Two primary principles divide the field. The principle of necessary things. Whatever implies a contradiction is false, grounding metaphysics, logic, arithmetic, geometry. The principle of contingent things. Whatever is more perfect or has more reason is true, grounding existences other than God's, which alone is necessary. Truths about possibles and essences rest on contradiction. Truths about contingent existence rest on perfection. The reason why this contingent exists rather than another is not in its definition alone, else non-existence would imply contradiction and the rejected possibles would not be possible, but from an extrinsic comparison. What exists is more perfect than what is not. Possibility and necessity are so conceived that some things are possible, yet not necessary, and do not really exist. A reason that always inclines a free mind, from perfection in God, from imperfection in us, does not eliminate freedom. God must love himself, demonstrable from his definition. That he makes the most perfect cannot be demonstrated by contradiction of the contrary, or that contrary would not be possible. Certainty that A exists rather than less perfect B is hypothetical necessity, not absolute. If A were absolutely necessary, B would imply contradiction. Perfection or essence is an urge for existence, exigentia existentia, for which existence follows per se, not necessarily, but from the denial that something more perfect prevents it, as a body persists in its speed if nothing prevents it. God produces the best because he wills it through his nature. Augustine's blessed necessity does not make the non-existence of what God wills a contradiction, For unchosen possibles remain possible in their nature, even if not possible with respect to the divine will. A pentagon remains possible even if none exists. Its exclusion follows from incompatibility with more perfect series, like imaginary roots, which involve a notion yet cannot be pictured, versus absurd equations that equate part and whole. Meditations on knowledge, truth, and ideas. Knowledge is obscure or clear. Clear knowledge is confused or distinct. Distinct knowledge is inadequate or adequate, and further, symbolic or intuitive. We often think we have ideas we lack. The greatest speed, the most perfect being as casually entertained. Thinking of a phrase is not having a coherent idea. Nominal definitions distinguish. Real definitions establish possibility. Hobbes's claim that truths are arbitrary because they depend on nominal definitions ignores that not just any notions can be joined. An idea is true when its notion is possible, false when contradictory. Possibility is known a priori by resolving into compatible requisites. Causal definitions, especially useful, or a posteriori by experience of existence. Adequate knowledge yields a priori possibility. Whether we ever reach absolute attributes of God as irresolvable primitives Leibniz leaves open. Clear and distinct perception is useless without criteria. Common logic and proper form of demonstration protect against deceptive ideas. Even if we see everything in God, an old opinion not to be rejected if understood properly, we must also have our own ideas as affections of the mind, Hercules in the marble, corresponding to what we perceive in God. Colors and smells are perceptions of minute shapes and motions we do not distinctly notice, as green is yellow and blue finely mixed. Contingency and the infinite analysis. In necessary propositions, analysis of subject and predicate arrives at an identity, geometrical rigor. In contingent propositions, analysis continues to infinity through reasons for reasons. There's always a reason underneath, understood completely only by God, who traverses the infinite series in one stroke. As incommensurables have a true proportion, though their resolution never ends, so contingent truths have a genuine connection of terms without reduction to contradiction. Not all possibles attain existence. Otherwise, every novel would exist somewhere. Possibles get in one another's way across infinite complete series. God always acts with a mark of perfection. The proposition with greater reason is true. Yet from a necessity that God chooses the best, it does not follow that what is chosen is necessary in itself, for there is no finite demonstration that it is the best. Necessity of the consequence is not necessity of the consequent. Primary truths. Primary truths are identities. A is A. A is not A. Everything equal to itself. All remaining truths reduced to them by resolution of notions. A priori proof. The whole is greater than its part follows from the definition of less plus identity. The predicate or consequent is always in the subject or antecedent. The nature of truth is this inclusion, explicit in identities, implicit elsewhere. This holds for every affirmative truth, necessary or contingent. Herein lies the secret of contingency that eliminates the fatal necessity of free things. From it follows, nothing without reason, else a truth unresolvable into identities. Symmetry of consequence when givens are equal, Archimedes' balance. Reason even for eternal things, why balls rather than cubes from eternity. No two individuals differing in number alone, no two eggs or leaves perfectly similar. Perfect similarity only in incomplete abstractions. No purely extrinsic denominations. The complete notion of an individual substance contains all its predicates, past, present, and future. Everything that will happen to Peter or Judas, necessary and free, seen by God in the realm of possibility. God chooses which possible notions become actual. He did not decide that Peter's sin as an extrinsic fiat, but that Peter who would sin freely attain existence, grace included under the notion of possibility. Every individual substance contains the entire universe by denomination. all are different expressions of the same universe and of God, varying in perfection like views of a town. Strictly, no created substance exerts metaphysical influx on another. Future states follow from each notion, what we call causes or concurrent requisites. Bodies rebound by their own elasticity. Soul and body are united neither by unintelligible influx nor by occasional deus ex machina, but by the hypothesis of concomitance. God constituted each so that what happens per se in one corresponds perfectly to the other. No vacuum, indiscernible empty parts, no atoms, every body actually subdivided, containing worlds of creatures. No determinate shape in actual things. Circle and ellipse exist in the intellect. Extension and motion as such are phenomena like rainbows. Something lacking extension, analogous to soul, form, is required for true unity of corporeal substance, which arises and perishes only by creation or annihilation. Animate things are transformed, not destroyed. Two principles. Contradiction for necessities. Perfection/greater reason for contingent existence. Predicate in subject. Truth as inclusion. Complete individual notions. Secret of contingency via infinite analysis. Concomitance. No metaphysical influx, pre-established correspondence of substances, soul, body, and universally. Quote, there are two primary propositions. 1. The principle of necessary things, that whatever implies a contradiction is false, and the other, the principle of contingent things, that whatever is more perfect or has more reason is true. Except for the existence of God alone, all existences are contingent. Quote, therefore, the predicate or consequent is always in the subject or antecedent, and the nature of truth in general or the connection between the terms of a statement consists in this very thing, as Aristotle also observed. And here lies hidden a wonderful secret, a secret that contains the nature of contingency, that is, the essential difference between necessary and contingent truths, a secret that eliminates the difficulty concerning the fatal necessity of even those things that are free. Discourse on Metaphysics. Composed in February 1686 for the Landgrave Ernst von Hessen-Rheinfels and transmitted in summary to Arnauld. The discourse is Leibniz's first systematic public metaphysics. 37 articles touching grace, concourse, miracles, sin, evil, immortality, and ideas in a manner that opens new paths through the oldest difficulties. God is an absolutely perfect being possessing every perfection in the highest degree. Perfections admit a highest degree, knowledge, power. Unlike number or figure, greatest number implies contradiction. God acts in the most perfect and desirable way. The more we understand his works, the more we find them excellent. Leibniz rejects those who say goodness is arbitrary because God made things. Scriptures, he found them good, means excellence is recognizable in the works themselves, not merely from authorship. Otherwise, praise and justice collapse into despotic will. He rejects equally those who say God could have done better. A lesser good is relatively evil. To show an architect could have done better is to find fault. God's freedom is not indifference without reason, but perfection following sovereign reason. The Landgrave's request and Arnauld's subsequent critique of Section 13 will test whether complete individual notions preserve contingency while grounding foreknowledge. The correspondence that follows refines what the discourse here first articulates in summary form. Sections 1 through 7. Divine perfection, order, and miracles. The most meaningful notion of God is that he is absolutely perfect, possessing every perfection in the highest degree. Knowledge and omnipotence admit limits only in self-contradiction, unlike greatest number or figure. God acts in a most perfect and desirable way metaphysically and morally. Enlightened consideration of his works disposes us to find them excellent. Leibniz rejects Descartes' view that things are good solely because God made them. Scripture's anthropomorphism teaches that excellence is in the works themselves, by which we discover the Creator. Otherwise, praise is empty, and justice becomes tyrannical while holding reason's place. He rejects Malebranche's view that God could have done better. Lesser good is relatively evil. Infinite descending imperfections would make any creation praiseworthy only by comparison. God's freedom is highest, acting in perfection following sovereign reason, not choosing A over B without reason, such choice not praiseworthy. Love of God seeks satisfaction in the beloved's perfection. To will as God wills is true friendship. Dissatisfaction with God's works resembles rebel subjects. Acquiescence applies to past. Future requires active contribution to general good and perfection of what is in our grasp, not quietist logon ergon. God demands right intention, though outcome may show he willed otherwise for the hour. Simplicity of means balances variety of ends like architects' cost and beauty. God's decrees are his expenditures in wisdom. Nothing disorderly. Random points on paper lie on some geometric line. Jotted curves obey an equation. Faces traceable in one stroke. Complexity passes for irregularity. God chose simplest hypotheses richest in phenomena. Like geometric line, easy to construct with remarkable properties. Sketch of wisdom, not full explanation of mystery. The architect who finds fault with God's work because another plan might have cost less beauty mistakes the relation between means and ends. Wisdom expends where expenditure multiplies perfection. As the geometer chooses constructions that yield the most remarkable theorems from the simplest postulates. Miracles within universal order, though contrary to subordinate maxims. Nature as God's custom. General volition. All follows perfect order chosen. Particular volitions accept subordinate laws. God wills good actions even when absent. Permits evil becoming good accidentally through punishment in greater whole perfection. Concurs through laws, does not will evil as such. What surpasses creature forces yet conforms to principal plans belongs to the general order. Rarity does not define miracle. Continual divine adjustment on every occasion would be no less miraculous for repetition. God can establish general rules even for extraordinary operations, as grace when a condition is satisfied. Sections 8 through 13. Substance, complete notion, and contingency. Individual substance. When predicates attributed to one subject, not attributed elsewhere, but nominal unless we ask what true attribution is. Predicate in subject virtually, in esse, complete notion sufficient to deduce all predicates. Unlike accident, kinghood of Alexander abstracted. God sees Alexander's hexiety and all predicates a priori, even poison versus natural death. Traces in soul of all universe past and future. Paradoxes, no two substances differ solo numero, Thomas on angels generalized. Substance begins only by creation, ends by annihilation. Indivisible. Number of substances unchanged though transformed. Each mirror of God/universe from its viewpoint. Glory multiplied. Substance imitates Creator's wisdom. Ancients and saintly scholastics knew substantial forms. Not for physics particulars, clockness without mechanism, but metaphysics and incorporeal natures. Geometer and statesman need not enter free will labyrinth in practice. Extension not body essence. Something soul-like, substantial form. Required. Size/shape/motion less distinct than imagined. Partly imaginary like color. Intelligent souls alone know actions. Imperishable, moral citizens. Other creatures serve them. Section 13. Individual notion includes all events, like circle properties and definition, yet contingency preserved. Certain is not equal to necessary. Foreknowledge does not necessitate. Two connections, absolute, contradiction in eternal truths, versus ex hypothesi, accidental. God's free decrees and universe sequence. Caesar example. In notion because God chose series where man does freely what appears best. Less perfect remains possible in itself, though not chosen. Reasons incline, not necessitate. Contingent proofs from principle of existence/best, not contradiction alone. Arnauld will press this article. The reply distinguishes vague atom from this atom whose notion encodes the whole series. Foreknowledge from God's view of possibles differs from deduction in abstracto, as sphere properties differ from Archimedes' tomb sphere, including matter, place, time, and linkage to all events. Sections 14 through 18. Harmony, force, and substantial forms rehabilitated. God preserves and produces substances continually by emanation like our thoughts. Views universe from every possible relation. Each view is substance if rendered actual. Perceptions always true, God's view true, our judgments deceive. Each substance world apart except God. Phenomena consequences of our being, with order, enabling useful predictions. True, without proving externality. Mutual correspondence like people meeting by agreement without seeing each other. Proportional, not identical expressions. God alone causes correspondence, making private phenomena public. Strictly no substance acts on another. All incomplete notion. Only thoughts and perceptions. Future thoughts contingent consequences of preceding. Would continue if all outside destroyed save God and me. Yet we ascribe phenomena we express best to ourselves, others to them. Limited expression defines extension of power. Action increases expression and pleasure. Passion diminishes and pains. Sin possible when present advantage destroyed by greater evil. Extraordinary concourse in essence expressing all those surpassing finite power. Miraculous relative to subordinate maxims, not general order. Unforeseeable by any created mind. Essence/idea unlimited. Union with God. Nature/power limited. Cartesian quantity of motion, mv, not equal to force. Falling bodies acquire force to rise same height. Equal force in 1 pound times 4 fathoms and 4 pounds times 1 fathom. Yet mv differs, Galileo. Double speed from quadruple height. Force from effect producible. Double speed needs more than double force. Descartes erred from overconfidence. Followers consult master, not reason. Force more real than motion. Cannot attribute motion to one body by extension alone. Rehabilitate forms banished by moderns. General principles of corporeal nature metaphysical, belonging to indivisible natures as causes of appearances. The preliminary specimens 4 demonstrations, power equality, perpetual motion reductio, center of gravity ascent, pure kinematics in space and time, prepare this metaphysical rehabilitation. Conservation of living force, not Cartesian quantity of motion, belongs to the systematic laws God impressed in things. Sections 19 through 22. Final causes and double explanation. Not accusing new philosophers of impiety, but banishing final causes from physics combined with denying God pursues good is dangerous. Principle of existences and laws of nature sought here. Archimedes moved world with gunpowder and brass. Mechanical account of particles misses conqueror's foresight and power overcoming obstacles. Plato's Phaedo. Socrates against materialists who introduce mind but don't use it. Leibniz would translate this passage. If mechanics were pure geometry of extension and change of place, smallest body would impart all speed to largest on contact. Rules contrary to system. God's conservation of total force and direction remedies. Effects demonstrable doubly. Efficient cause and final cause, easiest/determinate ways. Catoptrics, dioptrics. Snell/Fermat on refraction by easiest path. Descartes' efficient cause derivation inferior, perhaps learned from Snell and Holland. Mechanists explaining animal tissue and teleologists admiring divine anatomy should join. Skilled worker shown by design and by instruments. God can make machine from simple fluids by ordinary laws, yet only God author of nature. Efficient way deeper, but hard in details. Final way easier, useful in anatomy. Both good for admiring worker and discovering physics. Kingdom of power and kingdom of wisdom interpenetrate. Efficient causes explain phenomena in aggregates. Final causes disclose fitness at the level of laws. Neither eliminates the other, as Molyneux's optical principle shows profit in particular cases. Sections 23 through 31. Ideas, reminiscence, grace, and election. Improper use of ideas breeds error. Chimeras like greatest speed, Greatest number, conchoid intersection. True ideas are possible notions. God's existence needs only possibility to follow. Enza se needs only essence for actual existence. Knowledge grades repeat the 1684 meditations. Confused versus distinct, Assayer's gold. Adequate, all components distinct. Intuitive, all primitives at once. Rare, symbolic/blind, Kiliagon without attending decides. Nominal definitions use reciprocal properties without proving possibility. Real definitions establish possibility. Causal definitions show generation. Essential definitions reach primitives without further proof. We have no idea when notion is impossible. Suppositive thinking uses words without contemplating ideas. Error hides in complex notions. Ideas as permanent forms remain when not contemplated. Soul expresses God, universe, all essences and existences. Nothing enters naturally from outside. No messengers through windows. All forms in mind from all time. Mind confusedly thinks everything it will think distinctly. Plato's reminiscence purified of pre-existence. Meno's slave led to incommensurables by questions alone. Aristotle's blank tablet, and nothing in intellect, not first in senses, are doxology for ordinary life, like Copernican saying the sun rises. Rigorously, external things occasion attention to what soul already contains. Notions of self, being, substance, action arise from internal experience. In rigorous metaphysics, only God is immediate external object. Soul is expression, imitation, image of divine essence. Malebranche's see all in God requires our modifications as affections, not little copies. God inclines will toward apparent good without necessitating. Indifference remains though certainty from eternity that one will not use power in given case. Judge examines bad will, not predisposing reasons. Why Judas sins? Otherwise not this man. Why Judas the sinner exists? Paid back with interest in universe's perfection. Altitudo divitiarum beyond detail. God not cause of evil. Original imperfection, privation, limitation, before sin. Grace ordinary or extraordinary. Efficacious in proportion, sufficient if man cooperates. Absolutely efficacious grace, always victorious. Election, not faith foreseen independently. Not middle knowledge of dispositions without grace. Not absolute decree without reason. Among possibles, person whose notion contains entire sequence of graces and free acts. God chose that possible for existence. Few primitive decrees as laws of universe, not decree per event. St. Paul's great reasons of wisdom, general order, greatest perfection, motives of glory, justice, mercy, divine riches. Grace efficacious in proportion, sufficient if man cooperates. Absolutely efficacious, always victorious. Yet indifference of equilibrium is chimerical, for reasons incline though they do not necessitate. Certainty from eternity that Judas will sin differs from metaphysical necessity that he must. Sections 32 through 37. Piety, soul-body union, and the city of God. These principles confirm religion rather than harm it. Substances depend on God as thoughts from our substance. God all in all, intimately united to creatures in proportion to perfection. He alone determines from outside. In metaphysical language, God alone operates on us and alone does good or evil to us. Others contribute through his determinations requiring mutual accommodation. Connection and communication among substances through God gives reality to perceptions. In practice, we ascribe action to particular reasons. Every substance has perfect spontaneity, freedom in intelligent substances. Everything happening is consequence of its idea. Nothing determines except God. Saint Teresa, soul should think as if only God and itself existed. Immortality, soul's independence and extent shelters it from external things. Soul alone makes its world. As impossible that soul perish without annihilation as that its expressed universe destroy itself. Bodily dissolution cannot touch the indivisible. Soul-body union mystery dissolved. Passions and actions correspond because each follows complete notion. Soul's appearances arise spontaneously and correspond especially to body because soul expresses universe via bodily relation. How body belongs to us without being our essence. Confused sensations from body receiving all universe and sympathy. Soul cannot attend to each minute impression. Murmur of many waves. Green from yellow and blue finely mixed. Minds versus other substances. Animals have substantial forms, cannot perish naturally, express universe, but no knowledge of self, no necessary truths, no moral qualities. Caterpillar butterfly, transformation morally, like perishing, though metaphysically subsisting. Intelligent soul knows itself, says I, retains basis for knowledge of what it is, punishment, reward, citizen of republic of universe. Moral immortality requires memory. King of China, with forgotten past practically annihilated. God preserves person and memory. Minds express God more than world. Difference between mirror and one who sees. Universe as most perfect city of minds. God monarch and architect. Minds enter society with God. Receive views and will. Merit attention as images of divinity. Felicity and virtue and perfection. Love of God as sovereign. Christ revealed kingdom of heaven. Care for sparrows. Numbered hairs. Souls safe in God's hands. Idle words accounted. Happiness of good surpassing sense. Philosophers knew little. Gospel changed human affairs. Pre-established harmony dissolves the mystery of union without influx. Soul and body as mutually expressing clocks from creation, passions and actions corresponding, because each follows its complete notion. Body belongs to us through representation, not as our essence. Pre-established harmony, no metaphysical influx. Substances express the same universe from different viewpoints, coordinated by God's initial constitution. Force versus quantity of motion. Living force conserved, not MV. Metaphysical ground of physics beyond extension. Complete individual notion. All predicates in subject. Contingent connection through free decrees, not geometrical necessity. Quote, now it is evident that all true predication has some basis in the nature of things, and that, when a proposition is not an identity, that is, when the predicate is not explicitly contained in the subject, it must be contained in it virtually. That is what the philosophers call an esse, when they say that the predicate is in the subject. Quote, I hold, therefore, that according to these principles, in order to act in accordance with the love of God, it is not sufficient to force ourselves to be patient. Rather, we must truly be satisfied with everything that has come to us according to his will. Letters to Arnauld. Arnauld's critique of Discourse, section 13, that assuming God creates Adam, all human events follow by fatal necessity. Open the correspondence of 1686 to 87 that refined Leibniz's doctrine of complete notions, hypothetical necessity, and pre-established harmony. Leibniz's remarks, May 1686, distinguish absolute from hypothetical necessity. Arnauld speaks only of hypothetical necessity, yet still finds it strange that all events follow necessitate ex hypothesi from creating Adam. Leibniz's first reply, God creates not a vague atom, but a particular atom sufficiently determined as individual, whose complete notion involves relations to the whole series, like a wise planner deciding one part with the whole plan in view. Second, the conclusion is always certain, but not always metaphysically necessary. It is often physical, assuming God's free decrees, laws of motion, minds pursuing apparent good. When all assumptions are joined, the conclusion follows, but that is necessity of consequence, not of the consequent. Arnauld had objected that fatal necessity ordinarily means absolute necessity. Once he restricts himself to hypothetical necessity, the dispute turns on whether God's choice of this atom entails all posterity with geometrical rigor. Leibniz denies it, for the connection is certain through free decrees and laws of the universe, not through contradiction in the notion considered apart from divine choice. Arnauld had taken Leibniz to mean that events deduce from individual notion with the same necessity as sphere properties from definition, considering the notion in itself rather than in divine understanding. Leibniz explains the difference. Specific notions contain only eternal truths. Individual notions include what is true in fact and time, depending on free decrees. The sphere in general is incomplete. Archimedes' tomb sphere would include matter, place, time, and linkage to the whole universe. Adam's connection to posterity depends not on independent decrees for each event, nor on wholly decree-independent intrinsic necessity, but on few primitive laws of the universe joined to the decree to create this atom. Possible individual notions include possible free decrees. If this world were only possible, body notions would include possible laws of motion. Miracles and extraordinary operations belong to the general order, conforming to principal plans and included in the notion of this universe, as the idea of a building results from the builder's ends. Each individual substance expresses the whole from its viewpoint and therefore expresses the miracles in question. The infinity of possible atoms, under general predicates like first man in a garden, shows individuality requires complete determination. No two individuals differ solo numero. St. Thomas on intelligences applied generally. Had other events happened to Adam, he would be another Adam. The least change would alter the whole universe from the beginning. Events are certain given God's choice of this possible universe, not necessary. The line ABC representing time and substance I enduring. Identity over time requires predicates in the same subject, laws in the complete notion God knew from eternity. Arnauld need not appeal to divine knowledge if a complete notion can be formed from primitive predicates. Possibles have reality in divine understanding. Rejecting pure possibles destroys contingency. Arnauld grants that volition to create Adam was not detached from volition concerning what would happen to him and posterity. The remaining question is whether the link depends on or is independent of free decrees. Leibniz's middle ground. Intrinsic connection founded on decrees, yet not one primitive decree per event. Leibniz reconciles. Connection intrinsic but not necessary. Founded on free decrees. Reasons incline rather than necessitate. I could fail to go on this trip, but it is certain I shall go. Predicate not connected to incomplete notion with certainty, but to complete notion constructed to include all events apart ray. From this, every soul a world apart, immortal, holding traces of all happenings, interaction as concomitants, distinct expression augmented in agent, diminished in patient, not physical influx, present state spontaneous from preceding, nor occasionalism, God intervening beyond conservation to arouse thoughts. Summary propositions of discourse, more intelligible and solid after this. The comparison with sphere properties misleads. Species notions contain only eternal truths, while individual notions include factual and temporal predicates depending on free decrees. Possibles in divine understanding include possible laws of motion as well as possible motions. An infinity of possible worlds entails an infinity of possible laws. Each individual of a world, including its world's laws in its notion. To Arnauld, NOV, Dex 1686, responding to 7 queries on corporeal substance. Soul forms own pain when body injured. Augustine's sadness at ill disposition. Knows body not by impression, but because soul expresses universe particularly via bodily relation. When willing arm raised, body disposed by own laws at same moment. On forms. Divisible forms don't secure unity. Indivisible forms seem indestructible. Rational soul created with body. Brute souls perhaps from creation. Genesis fruitfulness in seed. Block of marble like pile of stones. Grand Duke and Great Mogul diamonds a pair in name only, not substance even if touching or in same ring. Unum per accidents. Army, flock, college are moral/fictional beings versus thorough indivisible substance, whose notion includes all future. Found in soul/form, not shape/motion. Cannot be certain sun, earth, beasts are substances. Without animated substances, bodies mere phenomena. Extension less clear than substance. Mechanics explain particulars without forms as geometry, without continuum paradox. But principles of physics need metaphysics and force. Courtemoy's atoms rejected. Shaped mass cannot contain all past/future states in universe. Arnold's 7 queries press whether substantial form is divisible, where unity of earth and sun resides, and whether we have clear ideas of such entities. Leibniz answers that unity belongs to soul or entelechy, not to extension, and that we know substances through their actions and complete notions rather than through picturable shapes. To Arnold, April 1687 soul expresses body more distinctly without perceiving every part. Thale saw stars not ditch. Nerves more sensitive, resultant from multitude like sea murmur. Striking bodily change noticed more than external. Soul doesn't know pricking before pain except confusedly. Future state cause of clearer perception, not occasionalism. Body moves by own force as thought for mind. Conservation, not new volition each act. Miracles not less miraculous for being in general plan, but surpass creature forces. Mind doesn't change body nature nor body minds. God changes nothing on their occasion except miracle. No proportion for mind to give speed degree. Same difficulty for influx and occasionalism. Descartes, changing only direction, not force, still leaves inexplicable connection. Conservation of total direction, easterly versus westerly sum, as general law. Violation is miracle. Occasionalists make God change laws of bodies on soul's occasion and vice versa. The essential difference from pre-established harmony, where God created machinery following force and direction laws from the beginning, so bodies are ready when soul wills, and soul wills conforming to bodily precedent, without violating either great law except in miracles. Minds are occasional and real causes relative to divine resolutions. What God foresaw regarding minds was occasion for regulating bodies from the start. States are unfailing though contingent and free consequences of one another, yielding real connection founded on substances expressing one another perfectly, though not immediately. Pre-established harmony. God created machinery, so force and direction laws followed exactly. Bodies ready when soul wills conforming to bodily precedent. Choirs agreeing, without hearing, habit mistaking own for echo. Mind's occasional/real causes relative to divine resolutions regulating bodies from beginning. True unity. Aggregates presuppose real unities or infinite regress to no reality. Machines presuppose substantial pieces, mathematical points, Epicurean atoms, or phenomena only, else true substances. Pair of diamonds. Army mode of men presupposes non-modal substance. What is not truly one entity is not truly one being. Plural presupposes singular. Bodies without true unity are phenomena like rainbow, unless composed of unities. Essence of body without unity makes body order dream. No reality without true unity. Singular substance, notion incompatible with aggregation. Extension, shape, motion, imaginary location. Force in corporeal substance. Don't mention substances in particular physics as not mentioning God's concourse. But final analysis needs metaphysics. Limiting substance to man as short-sighted as confining world to sphere, as many substances as expressions of universe. Variety glorifies God. Mass beneath perceptive substance as cadaver beneath animal. Features of future formed, past conserved, cause-effect to least detail through infinity. Impossible if essence were determinate shape. Extensions phenomena. Multitude of souls in pepper water. Generation metamorphosis. Minds detached at death for moral republic. Accidental unity of machines/societies in thought only. Dutch East India Company no substance from common plan. Contact, interlaced rings, sand without lime. All fictions until true substance discerned. Democritus on opinion, Plato on material. Philosophy, substances with true unity and successive states only. Rest phenomenon/abstraction/relation. The choir's analogy makes concomitance vivid. Musicians place so they neither see nor hear one another, yet agree perfectly on their parts. A listener finds marvelous harmony more surprising than if they communicated directly. One choir mistaken for the other's echo, when composition rules are satisfied on both sides. If my opinion that substance requires a true unity were founded, Arnaud's arguments amount to saying bodies mechanically united are machines, not substances, a quibble over words, since Augustine recognized bodies lack true unity. Leibniz replies, without true unities, extension collapses into ordered dream. Aggregates presuppose singulars or infinite regress. Dutch East India Company. Interlaced rings, sand without lime. Fictions of mind until complete being discerned. Mach suns and dreams would claim reality unless precise limits set for beings formed by aggregation. Philosophy must recognize only substances with true unity and successive states. Rest is phenomenon, abstraction, relation. Arnaud's fairness and exactness receive these arguments for judgment. The correspondence forces Leibniz to articulate pre-established harmony, complete notions, and the impossibility of influx before the public new system of 1695. Complete notion versus vague atom. Individuation requires all predicates. Hypothetical certainty without metaphysical necessity. Concomitance, soul and body as mutually expressing clocks. Rejects influx and Malebranche's law-changing occasionalism. True unity, substance versus aggregate. Without monads, extended nature collapses into ordered dream. Quote, I say that the connection between atom and human events is not independent of all of God's free decrees, but also that it does not depend upon them so completely that each event could happen or be foreseen only in virtue of a particular primitive decree made about it. Quote, it is therefore infinitely more reasonable and more worthy of God to suppose that, from the beginning, he created the machinery of the world in such a way that, without at every moment violating the two great laws of nature, namely, those of force and direction, but rather, by following them exactly, it happens that the springs and bodies are ready to act of themselves, as they should, at precisely the moment the soul has a suitable volition or thought. Copernicanism, freedom, contingency, Fardella. Written in Italy, 1689, the essay on Copernicanism addresses a wound in the learned world. How to reconcile astronomical truth with ecclesiastical censure without either mutilating scripture or suppressing the light of the age. Leibniz had already demonstrated, geometrically, the equivalence of all hypotheses for motions produced by collision alone. From this it follows that no eye placed in matter could determine with mathematical rigor which body is at rest, how much motion there is, or of what sort, whether God moves everything around it or moves the eye itself. Space without matter is imaginary. Motion, in rigorous mathematics, is nothing but a change of situs among bodies. Motion is not absolute, but consists in a relation, as the Aristotelian definition of place already implied. Yet people do assign motion and rest to bodies they believe moved neither by mind nor by an internal impulse. We must ask in what sense they speak truly. The answer, one should choose the more intelligible hypothesis, and the truth of a hypothesis is nothing but its intelligibility properly used. From different points of view, the same hypothesis may be true or false. As a painter may depict the same palace from different perspectives, yet err if he hides what matters for the task. The Tychonic system suffices for spherical astronomy. The Copernican suffices for planetary theory. The observational astronomer who insists the Earth moves, or that the Earth rather than the Sun is in Aries, speaks improperly even on Copernican grounds, nor would Joshua have spoken less absurdly had he said, "Be still, Earth." Leibniz therefore refuses the provisional reading of Scripture that would treat biblical cosmology as provisional until terrestrial motion is demonstrated. Holy Scripture spoke in a way that serves both truth and the proper meaning of the words, not merely accommodating popular belief, but transmitting hidden wisdom. The Copernican hypothesis wonderfully illuminates the soul, displays the harmony of things, and shows the wisdom of the Creator. Other systems are burdened with perplexities. To call a hypothesis true is to call it the most intelligible explanation sufficient for sound reason. Once this is understood, philosophical freedom may be restored without damaging respect for the Church, and distinguished astronomers need no longer fear censure for teaching what reason demands. Kepler's laws, magnetic analogies between Earth and the heavens, and Leibniz's own vortex theory complete the vindication. Through geometrical analysis, the primary phenomena of the universe are reduced to the simplest principles, the best, and in this sense truest hypothesis. The essay on freedom confronts the oldest worry of the race: how freedom and contingency coexist with a series of causes and with providence. Leibniz nearly embraced absolute necessity, that everything happens because its conditions are jointly present, and that freedom requires only absence of coercion. But the consideration of possibles that never exist restored contingency. If many stories called novels are possible, though they find no place in the series God selected, then not everything possible is actual. Descartes' claim that matter successively takes all forms would eliminate beauty, choice, and reason itself. Every true affirmative proposition, necessary or contingent, has the predicate in the subject. This is the source of infallibility for one who knows all a priori. Yet in contingent truths, the resolution proceeds to infinity and can never be reduced to identity. God alone sees the connection of terms, not the end of the resolution, which does not exist, but the containment of the predicate in the subject throughout the infinite series. Contingent truths are known by experience or by the general principle that nothing is without a reason. God chooses perfection. Limitation and sin are permitted because absolute rejection is ruled out by positive decrees, and limitation is compensated by an otherwise unobtainable good. The analogy with proportions is decisive. As rational and irrational quantities share a common measure in one case, but not in another, so necessary truths reduce to identities while contingent truths cannot, and this is an essential distinction. God scientia visionis knows contingent truths a priori from within himself, possibles through his nature, and existence through his free decrees that all happen in the best way. The source of contingent truths compresses the same insight, an actually infinite number of creatures in any part of the universe, each substance containing the whole series in its complete notion and harmonizing with all others. Soul and body do not flow into one another. Each follows its own laws from the time of institution with admirable constancy, agreeing as exactly as if there were true influx. Evil derives from original limitation before all sin. God decrees only the positive. When givens underdetermine a triangle's kind, God creates an equilateral freely yet without doubt, there being more reason for it than for any other. In Venice, 1690, Michel Angelo Fardella pressed Leibniz on foreknowledge and predetermination. Proposition I. God foreknew from the beginning not only the infinite series of things, but the infinite combinations of actions, passions, and changes, including the free effects of created minds. Fardella objected that such predetermination would make human action fated. Leibniz distinguished possible from actual series. God chose one universal series whose parts cannot be understood apart from the whole. Infallible certainty differs from absolute necessity. The mind is determined by itself, not by another, and no hypothesis favors human freedom more, since one substance does not influence another. Proposition 2. Infinitely many corresponding series are connected with such symmetry that in any mode God sees the universe inscribed. Perceiving one thing, we perceive the whole confusedly. Proposition 3. Body is not a substance, but an aggregate, always further divisible. True unity belongs to indivisible substances over and above body, as a point is not a part of a line, but a requisite for it. The soul is the permanent subject of actions, harmonizing with bodily motions without physical influx or divine occasioning of thoughts. Animals and plants are probably animate. Souls never perish, but remain hidden when bodies seem destroyed. Fardella stone analogy fails. Substances are not parts composing the aggregate, but essential internal requisites, as points are everywhere in a line, though not parts of it. Relativity of motion. No absolute rest or motion among colliding bodies. Hypothesis truth is intelligibility properly used. Copernicanism teachable without damaging censors. Contingency and infinity. Predicate and subject for all truths. Contingent resolutions proceed to infinity like incommensurable proportions. Sufficient reason grounds freedom. Fardella. Pre-established harmony anticipated. Substances harmonize without influx. Body aggregate. Soul true unity. Animal souls probable and indestructible. Quote, since space without matter is something imaginary, motion, in all mathematical rigor, is nothing but a change in the positions of bodies with respect to one another. And so, motion is not something absolute, but consists in a relation. Quote, just as in every proportion a smaller number is in a larger one, so in every truth the predicate is in the subject. And just as the analysis of proportions sometimes arrives at a common measure, and sometimes proceeds to infinity, so truths are sometimes provable, that is, necessary, and sometimes free or contingent, and so cannot be reduced by any analysis to an identity. Dynamiques. Préface. Dialogue en Evil. Spécimen. Preliminary specimen. The dynamics opens with a specimen refuting Descartes' conservation of quantity of motion, size times velocity. Power, potentia, does not consist in that product. In transferring power from body to body, the same quantity of motion is not conserved. Instead, the whole effect has the same power as its full cause. Otherwise, perpetual motion would arise by an increase of effect beyond cause. When a 4-pound body with 1 degree of velocity transfers all its power to a 1-pound body at rest, Cartesians allot 4 degrees of velocity. Leibniz shows only 2 can be received without violating equality of cause and effect. For demonstrations, establish the point. The common lemma, Galileo perpendicular heights, are proportional to the squares of speeds acquired by fall. First demonstration. The same power raises 4 pounds 1 foot as 1 pound 4 feet. A 1-pound body with 4 degrees of velocity could raise itself 16 feet, 4 times the power, contrary to hypothesis. Second, from the axiom that there is no perpetual mechanical motion. If B received 4 degrees, it could ascend 16 feet and, through a balance, raise the 4-pound body higher than it began, restoring perpetual motion. The machine could repeat indefinitely. A rolls back, B returns to rest, the cycle restores itself. Mechanical perpetual motion whenever we like. Third, the center of gravity cannot ascend by gravity alone. In the initial state, the common center stands at 4/5 of a foot, yet after transfer it rises to 16/5, 4 times higher, absurd unless B receives no more than 2 degrees, height 4 feet. Scholium, actual transfer mechanisms need not be constructed. Conceiving transfer suffices to fix how much velocity B ought to receive for equal power. Fourth, a priori. First in merit, let L be traversing 1 unit of space in 1 unit of time, M 2 units in 2 units, N 2 units in 1 unit. N is double M and M double L, hence N is quadruple L. To have twice the speed in equal time is 4 times the action. Powers are jointly proportional to bulk and the square of velocities. This demonstration proceeds from bare space and time without assuming gravity, and can derive Galileo's lemmas rather than presuppose them, opening a new path for the science of motion. Leibniz judged it worth mustering demonstrations of greatest evidence to lay foundations for dynamics. Unsafe to affirm anything in mathematics on probable arguments when forces in equal weights with unequal velocities are proportional to heights, not speeds, and velocities to square roots of heights. Living force is not proportional to velocity, but to height from which velocity could be derived, It is easier to impress a given velocity on a body at rest than to double the velocity of a body already moving, a paradox against badly understood composition of motions. The dispute is not verbal. Anyone comparing machines must know whether force scales with mv or mv superscript 2. Half one's motive power may be lost by accepting a Cartesian reckoning. Poppine's critique of the transfer problem, 1691, sharpened Leibniz's attention to whether total power can actually pass from one body to another. The preliminary specimen addresses this with scholia on conceivability of transfer. Reading Newton's Principia in Rome, 1689, while drafting the Dynamica, confirmed that systematic physics requires formal definitions, axioms, and propositions. Yet the refutation of Cartesian conservation belongs to metaphysics of power as much as to geometry of motion. And the preliminary specimen gathers 4 independent demonstrations, so clever minds may receive genuine laws in place of imaginary ones. Force versus quantity of motion. Conservation of power, potentia/vertus, not mv. Galileo's height. Speed superscript 2 lemma. Perpetual motion reductio against Cartesian transfer. A priori measure. Action in space and time yields force is proportional to mv superscript 2. 4 demonstrations from power, perpetual motion, center of gravity, and pure kinematics. Quote, "My view is that it can only receive 2 degrees. They settle the matter in that way, so as to conserve the same quantity of motion, which they confuse with power. I do so in order to conserve the same quantity of power, that is, to preserve the equality of cause and effect, to prevent perpetual motion from arising by the one exceeding the other." Dialogue on Human Freedom and the Origin of Evil. The dialogue with Baron Dobrzynski, January 1695, moves from foreknowledge to the origin of evil. A worries that infallible divine foresight makes sin necessary and freedom illusory. Be grants we are not completely free. Only God is independent. Yet we have a degree of freedom slack, reasoning and choosing as things appear. Fortuitous and contingent events remain so notwithstanding foreknowledge. They are assured but not necessary. Conditional necessity, it will necessarily happen, assuming it will happen, does not yield the sloth syllogism. If foreseen, my effort is foreseen too. We do our part without pausing over useless questions about success. The sloth who reasons that foreseen success makes effort pointless forgets that foreknowledge includes the effort itself. Divine vision sees the whole series, not isolated outcomes stripped of means. The deeper difficulty is evil's origin. Manichaean dualism is rejected. The other principle is nothingness, lunet. Evil is privation, not positive being. Zeros joined to ones make different numbers and created limits. The non plus ultra of circle's compass constitutes something negative in every finite thing. Before sin, there was original imperfection from limitation. Adam fell from inattention, turning from the supreme good to a created good. Essences are eternal in God's understanding. Bounded essences participate in nothingness. God created things in ultimate perfection, yet shadows and dissonances enhance the whole, as in music and painting, and God would not permit sin unless an incomparably greater good resulted. The dialogue's geometrical excursus on commensurables and incommensurables is not ornament. It shows how diversity of essence under divine wisdom can yield minds that sustain purity and minds that fall, without attributing the fall to divine authorship of evil. Privation remains nothingness, and the whole gains perfection the parts alone could not purchase. Difference among creatures arises from essence and the order of divine wisdom, illustrated by commensurable and incommensurable lines. Commensurable lines share a common measure, foot, fifth of foot. Incommensurables like square root 2 cannot be expressed by whole numbers or fractions. The diagonal of a unit square is square root 2 because its square equals 2 square feet. God cannot find a number 4 square root 2 any more than he can divide 3 coins into 2 equal parts without breaking one. To ask otherwise is to ask for absurdity. If divine wisdom required perfect squares, incommensurable diagonals must still occur. God could have made only discrete numbers, but allowing figures brought greater advantages. Commensurable minds sustain purity. Incommensurable minds fall, irregularity from essence, not divine fault, compensated by incomparably greater good God derives from permitting sin. The dialogue aligns with Augustine, Paul, depth of riches, and Luther's De Servo Arbitrio, with extravagant expressions toned down. Foreknowledge and freedom. Infallibility is not equal to necessity. Sloth's syllogism denied. Evil's principle is privation/nothingness, not a rival infinite good. Original limitation. Imperfection antecedent to sin. Essence is bounded in divine understanding. Geometrical analogy. Diagonal there does not exist ratio for diversity among created minds. Quote, the Platonists and St. Augustine himself have already shown us that the cause of good is positive, but that evil is a defect, that is a privation or negation, and consequently, it arises from nothingness or non-being. Specimen of Dynamics. Published in the Acta Eruditorum, 1695, the Specimen Dynamicum announces a science of power over and above extension. In corporeal things, there is something prior to extension, force implanted everywhere, endowed with conatus or nisus attaining full effect and less impeded. To act is the mark of substance. Extension is continuity of a presupposed striving and resisting substance, not substance itself. Motion and time, strictly, never really exist. What is real in motion is momentary force striving toward change. Leibniz rehabilitates peripatetic forms or entelechies as intelligible primitive forces. Extension without force would be inert diffusion. Antitypy and passive resistance belong to matter, primitive active force to form. The metaphysical addition, without which collision laws reduce to absurdity, and God must be summoned at every instant to repair what geometry alone cannot sustain. Active force is primitive, first entelechy, analogous to soul, or derivative from collision. Passive force is primitive, primary matter, impenetrability, laziness, resistance, or derivative, secondary matter. Derivative force connected with local motion includes conatus, velocity with direction, impetus, bulk times velocity, Cartesian quantity of motion, and motio, instantaneous element of motion extended through time. Nisus is twofold. Elementary solicitation, dead force, stone in sling, centrifugal tendency in rotating tube, and impetus from continued solicitation, living force, impact after fall or elastic restoration. Living force divides into relative, parts acting on one another, and directive, whole acting outside itself. Ancients knew dead force, mechanics of levers, equilibrium. Confusing dead force, proportional to mv at motion start, with living force, proportional to mv superscript 2 after progress, misled Cartesians. Leibniz measures force by violent effect, height of ascent, showing equal bodies. Force is proportional to v superscript 2, joint proportion to bulk and v superscript 2. Perpetual motion reductio confirms this against mv. Having overthrown Cartesian physics in youth, indifferent matter yielding absurd collision rules, he now posits metaphysical laws. All change by stages, action equals reaction, no new force without diminishing earlier force. Whole effect equivalent to full cause. Force is absolutely real. Space, time, and motion are beings of reason true only through divine attributes or created force. Motion apart from force is change of situation, pure relation. Equivalence of hypotheses holds even in collision. Descartes' law that rest cannot be moved by a smaller body fails. Mutual action depends on relative approach speed. Against Newton, no absolute motion, no attraction at distance without metaphysical ground, rotation from composed rectilinear strivings, solidity from surrounding pressure, phenomena grounded in entelechies expressing universe from each viewpoint. From continuity, no leap atoms impossible. Hard bodies would change direction instantaneously. Real collision compresses like inflated balls. Elasticity transforming conatus, rest at maximum compression, then rebound from internal force. Rest is limit of motion, equality limit of inequality. Descartes' impact rules fail the continuity test, gaping diagram. Every passion of a body arises from internal force on occasion of the external. Repercussion from elasticity and internal fluid motion, not influx from the other. Action never without equal reaction. Curvilinear motion composes rectilinear conatus. Solidity from surrounding bodies pushing parts together, not from rest. Common motion of many bodies does not alter their mutual action. Gassendi's moving projector experiments. Ship enclave. Final causes may aid physics. Molyneux on optics. Kingdom of power and kingdom of wisdom interpenetrate. The vis viva controversy with Catiline and the Cartesians turns on whether living force, height producible, mv superscript 2 jointly with bulk, or quantity of motion is conserved. Leibniz's reductio from perpetual motion and center of gravity ascent shows the Cartesian measure cannot survive rigorous examination, whether transfer is conceived or actually constructed. Part 2 extends the metaphysics. Bare extension cannot act. Force of acting and being acted upon must be presupposed. Wonderful theorems follow. No empty place or moment. Relative motion. Pre-established harmony anticipated an impact. Each suffers through own elasticity. Against Newtonian absolute motion and attraction. Rotation from composed rectilinear strivings. The specimen ties dynamics to monads. Primitive entelechy in every corporeal substance. Soul in living things. Monad is true unity, without which only aggregates remain. Space, time, and motion are beings of reason. True through divine attributes or created force, not through extension alone. The architect of nature endows things with primitive entelechy's, so natural truths need not be sought directly from divine volition at each moment, yet mechanical laws as a whole derive from wisdom's choice of fitness. And the conservation of living force belongs to the systematic order God impressed from the beginning. Leibniz's youthful hypothesis Physica Nova, 1671, assumed inert mass and geometrical composition of conatus at collision, yielding the absurdity that the smallest body moves the largest without resistance, action without reaction, no measure of power. God was then invoked through structura systematis to avoid consequences. Deeper reflection showed the notion of body imperfect, and systematic laws require metaphysical addition. All change by stages, action equals reaction, no new force without diminishing prior force. Those who summon God ex machina and withdraw all force from things, Flood's Mosaic philosophy, cannot be followed. Continual creation, yes, but natural truths must be explained from what God endowed in things, souls and primitive entelecchies included. The middle way satisfies piety and knowledge. Corporeal phenomena derivable mechanically, yet mechanical laws as a whole derive from higher reasons. Souls and entelecchies enter only in establishing general principles, not in explaining particular animal economy, as one does not invoke God's concourse in calculating a clock's gears while acknowledging the artisan in the whole. Henry Moore's hylarchic principle and Aristotelian intelligences on rotating spheres are rejected as useless in particulars. Yet final causes may aid physics from time to time, as Molyneux's optical principle shows. Measuring force a posteriori. Violent effect where force is consumed. Elevation of heavy bodies, homogeneous division. Double height equals double effect. Double mass times triple height equals sixfold. Comparing bodies A, 1 pound, 1 speed, and C, 1 pound, 2 speeds, through ascent on pendula. C reaches 4 feet, A 1 foot. Fourfold power for double speed. Substituting equal power states must be safe. Cartesian substitution yields perpetual motion. 2 pound fall of 1 foot producing 4 foot rise of 1 pound. The true art of measuring consists in arriving at something homogeneous. Exact repetition not only of modes but of realities. Doubling speed is not doubling force, for force scales with square of velocity jointly with bulk. Huygens, Wren, Wallace, Marriott approached true collision rules but lacked true sources. Repercussion from elastic force alone. Fabry, Marcy, Parties, Dechales retained fatal errors. Final causes in optics. Molyneux. Show fitness aids physics, not only piety. Kingdom of power, efficient causes, machines, laws of size, and kingdom of wisdom. Final causes, souls as citizens. Interpenetrate without confusion. Continuity principle. 1687 as givens approach a limit, outcomes approach corresponding limit. Ellipse to parabola, moving B to resting B in collision. Descartes' rules gap absurdly. Malebranche revised laws after this test. Every passion arises from internal force on external occasion. Equal compression in inflated balls regardless of which body is at rest. Solidity. Rotating parts fly on tangent, repelled back by surrounding bodies. Not from rest. Nothing comes from rest but rest. Ship passengers cannot discern uniform motion from rest by onboard experiments. Projectiles carry double impetus, common with Earth plus projection. Copernican account not carried by air, but impressed rotation plus shot. Far throws, or vast ships, could detect curvature versus rectilinear impressed motion. Compass or centripetal nisus also discriminate. Composition of motions requires proof, not self-evidence. Against Hobbes on elasticity in letters. Galileo's Two Sciences on Impact versus Heaviness. Impetus arises from infinite increments of solicitation. Motion through time from infinite impetuses. The calculus of forces anticipates the metaphysics of monads, as in corporeal automata, whose perceptions and appetites are the sole internal actions of simple substances. Dead versus living force. Solicitation/impetus. MV at start versus MV superscript 2 after motion. Galileo on impact versus heaviness. Metaphysical dynamics. Force real, motion relational. Continuity excludes atoms. Elasticity and internal force explain collision. Conservation of active power, not Cartesian MV. Forms restored. Primitive active/passive force. Entelechy equals monad's principle. Extension derivative of striving substance. Quote, furthermore, just as the numerical value of a motion extending through time derives from an infinite number of impetuses, so impetus itself arises from an infinite number of increments successively impressed on a given mobile thing. Quote, force is also twofold. One force is elementary, which I also call dead force, since motion does not yet exist in it, but only as solicitation to motion. The other force is ordinary force, joined with actual motion, which I call living force. New System of Nature and Replies. The New System, 1695, Leibniz's first public statement of his mature philosophy, narrates an intellectual voyage begun in youth and tested before publication. Arnauld having first found it paradoxical, then withdrawn censure on several points after explanations through a noble intermediary. Charmed by mechanical explanation, Leibniz found extended mass alone insufficient. Force, intelligible though metaphysical, must enter the laws of nature. Transforming animals into pure machines is possible but improbable and contrary to order. Rejecting void and atoms, he sought true unity. A formal atom, substantial form rehabilitated as primitive force with something analogous to sensation and appetite, not for explaining particular animal economy, Aristotle's misuse, but for true general principles. First, entelechies are primitive forces containing original activity. Souls are indivisible. Thomas on animal souls as not accidentally divisible. They begin only by creation and end only by annihilation. Albertus Magnus and John Bacon glimpsed form's origin. Gassenist atoms grant duration, but not true unity. Rational souls differ in kind from forms everywhere in matter, little gods, images of divinity, governed as prince and father, other substances as engineer. Minds have particular laws above matter's revolutions. Tumultuous motions serve good and punish wicked. Animals have no beginning in strict metaphysics. Apparent generation is development. Swammerdam, Malpighi, Leeuwenhoek, Malebranche, Regis, Hartsoker near this view. At death, soul and organic machine are conserved, enfolded beyond sense. Flies in chalk, drowned flies resuscitated. Democritus mocked by Pliny. Metamorphosis, not metempsychosis. Rational souls exempt from changes that would destroy moral personhood. Universe tends to their perfection. Hippocrates de Dieta. Animals neither born nor die, appear and disappear. Parmenides and Melissus more solid than reputed. Natural machines differ in kind, not degree, from artificial ones. Fontenelle's plurality of worlds errs in making nature a larger workshop. Leibniz's system shows infinite organs, indestructible machines, same machine transformed by unfolding. Without true substantial unities, extension would be only phenomena. Cordemoy abandoned Democritean atoms for unity, but atoms of matter remain contradictory. Only atoms of substance, metaphysical points with perception, mathematical points as viewpoints, physical points indivisible only in appearance. The union of soul and body drove Leibniz back to open sea. Descartes gave up. Occasionalists, Malebranche's elegant reflections, invoked God on every occasion. True as to what cannot happen. No real influx between creatures, all continually produced by God, but insufficient as philosophy, which must show how divine wisdom orders secondary causes without miracle in every step. God created each substance, so everything arises from its own depths, fons, with perfect spontaneity and perfect conformity to externals, pre-established harmony. Internal sensations are true appearances, well-ordered dreams arising from representative nature at creation, each substance a world apart expressing the universe from its viewpoint. Organized mass expressed by soul acts by corporeal laws when soul wills. Spirits and blood move as passions require. Mutual relation regulated in advance is communication and union. Soul's seat is immediate presence as unity in multitude. This preserves freedom. We are determined only in appearance. Perfect independence metaphysically. Immortality, immanence. Each mind a world, self-sufficient, expressing infinity. Moral union in city of God. New proof of God from agreement of non-communicating substances. Hardly mere hypothesis. Several difficulties vanish when properly understood. Action of substance on another is not emission or transplantation, but conformity of decrees. Dynamics. Impact through own elasticity. Absolute motion only by intelligible hypothesis preserving phenomena, as Copernican for planets, prima mobile for spherical astronomy. Foucault's objection confused ideal with actual unity. Abstract lines and numbers are not composed of points or fractions in the way substantial realities are. In concretes, the whole is a resultant of simple substances, infinite animals in every mass reduced to monads, the rest well-founded phenomena. Leibniz's reply distinguishes one-half abstract, simple ratio, from two-fourths in things numbered. In actual substantial things divisions made fixed reality, though subdivision proceeds to infinity. The published replies to Foucault and Basnage de Beauval were Leibniz's first opportunity to test the new system before a wider learned public. He welcomed objections provided they sought truth rather than defending preconceived opinions, and he linked the metaphysical novelty directly to the dynamics that had already forced him beyond Cartesian composition of conatus. Basnage de Beauval's clock analogy clarifies three ways two watches may agree. Natural influence, Huygens' coupled pendula, continual divine adjustment, occasionalism, or construction from the start, so each follows its own laws yet agrees, pre-established harmony. Influx is rejected, no species passing between soul and body. Occasionalism invokes deus ex machina in ordinary matters. Harmony alone is worthy of God and consistent with distinct natures of mind and body. The dynamics essays, placing force not extension at the foundation of corporeal substance, led to this system. Bell and others would press the system further, but the autobiographical narrative of the new system itself, from youthful atomism through formal atoms to harmony, already displays how metaphysics and physics were one inquiry for Leibniz, not two disciplines accidentally joined. Substantial forms as force, formal atoms, primitive entelechies, animals indestructible, enfolded, minds as little gods governed by special laws. Pre-established harmony, no influx, each substance expresses universe from its viewpoint, soul-body union as mutual accommodation from creation. Clocks and Foucault, three models of agreement. Ideal versus actual unity in continuum. Monads as real unity's grounding extension. Quote, God originally created the soul in such a way that everything must arise for it from its own depths, through a perfect spontaneity relative to itself, and yet with a perfect conformity relative to external things. Quote, let us now put the soul and the body in place of these two watches. Their agreement or sympathy will also come about in one of these three ways. Thus there remains only my hypothesis, that is, the way of pre-established harmony, through a prior divine artifice. Ultimate origination and nature itself. On the ultimate origination of things. Beyond the collection of finite things, there is one who rules not only his soul and body, but fashions and creates, extra-mundane, the ultimate reason for things. No sufficient reason lies in any individual thing or the entire series. Even an eternal world copied state from state, like books copied from books, leaves unexplained why there are books at all and why thus rather than otherwise. Grant eternity of the world. Still no reason appears in any state, however many we assume. In eternal things there must be a reason. In persistent things, nature. In series of changeables, superior inclinations that do not necessitate with metaphysical necessity, but incline. Physical necessity, given the world, thus the future, differs from metaphysical necessity, whose contrary implies contradiction. We pass from hypothetical to absolute necessity. The ultimate ground must be in something whose essence is existence, differing from the plurality of the world. From the fact that something rather than nothing exists, essence strives for existence. All possibles strive with equal, right in proportion to perfection or degree of essence. Of infinite combinations, God chose the series through which the most essence is brought into existence. A divine mathematics or metaphysical mechanism, like filling a bore with tiles, drawing an equilateral triangle when underdetermined, or taking the shortest path between points. Practical affairs follow maximum/minimum. Maximum effect at minimum cost. World's receptivity is plot of ground. Variety of forms the pleasingness of building. Possibles are not fictions before existence. They subsist in the realm of ideas in God, source of every essence. Existing things cannot arise except from existing things. So eternal truths have their being in the absolutely necessary subject who realizes what would otherwise remain imaginary. Things continually flow from this source. Not clear why yesterday's state rather than today should flow from it unless wisdom orders all at once. Physical necessity is thus derived from metaphysics. The world's contrary implies not logical but moral absurdity, imperfection. Perfection, degree of essence, making most things compossible, is the foundation of existence, as possibility is of essence. God is free though all is determinate, for indifference arises from ignorance. Wisdom determines the most perfect. Metaphysical laws of cause, power, and action prevail even over purely geometrical laws of matter, as Leibniz discovered when forced to abandon youthful composition of conatus. Moral perfection is physical perfection with respect to minds, not conflating goodness with mere greatness. Moral and metaphysical perfection coincide. The world is the best republic of minds, not merely the most admirable machine. Apparent evil, affliction of the innocent, chaos, judges rashly from a fragment of eternity, like prisoners in salt mines who know no light but torch glow, or a covered painting scene as accidental splotches. Dissonance arouses pleasure when order returns. Shadows enhance the whole. As skilled composers mix dissonance with consonance, as we delight in small dangers that manifest our power. as sharp tastes must mix with sweet, as Christian of Denmark carried by ape to roof edge, then return to cradle. Justice requires each partake in perfection according to virtue. Minds are images of God, citizens not mere machines, parts that are wholes, persisting as long as the universe and concentrating it in themselves. Charity and love of God, force of Christian religion in wise theologians' judgment. Afflictions lead to greater good. Seed must suffer to bear fruit, retreat to leap forward. As liquids that ferment violently improve quickly by eliminating impurities. What is bad in short run is good in effect, short path to greater perfection. Nothing truer than happiness, nothing happier than truth. Constant, unbounded progress in whole universe. Cultivation advancing, though some things regress or are buried, as affliction interpreted earlier. Destruction yields attainment of something better, profit from loss. Objection that world should long since be paradise answered by infinite divisibility. Parts asleep in abyss yet to be roused. Progress never ends. Lawyers' rule applies. Judge not until entire law examined. History's few thousand years against eternity's measure. Part disordered, without harming whole harmony, does not mean parts lack reason or that justice is neglected in universe. Best Republic cares for each individual as much as harmony permits. Sufficient reason extra mundane. Eternal series needs ground outside. Essence strives to exist. Maximum compossibility selects the actual world. Physical versus metaphysical necessity. Best world physically necessary, not logically. Evil privative. Part whole analogy, painting, music, for theodicy. Progress without end. Infinite divisibility leaves always more to develop. Happiness is advance, not terminal satiety. Quote, from the fact that something rather than nothing exists, there is a certain urge for existence or a straining toward existence in possible things or in possibility or essence itself. In a word, essence in and of itself strives for existence. On nature itself, Sturm's de idolo naturae, denying inherent force in creatures, provoked Leibniz's 1698 Acta essay, first published use of monad. Nature is not a created world soul. Hippocrates is heat, More's hierarchic principle, but God's workmanship through organisms unfolding by predetermined plan, infinite organs distinguishing natural from artificial machines. Yet Sturm's view that God's past command moves things like a woodcutter's axe, without lasting impression, is insufficient. A divine volition that leaves no trace is, as if ineffectual. Either commands must be continually renewed or something enduring. Nature is inherent force, was impressed. The very substance of things consists in force for acting and being acted upon. Without lasting force, no created substance remains numerically the same. Only modifications of one divine substance, Spinoza's doctrine. Sturm grants God's eternal law, but not its enduring effect. Leibniz demands an inherent law for which actions and passions follow, as Skellhammer put it. Else anything could follow from anything, and philosophy is abandoned for a sword that cuts the Gordian knot. The foundation of motion's laws confirms this. Not Cartesian quantity of motion, but active power and motive action are conserved, through wisdom and order, not arbitrary decree. Final causes advance physics as well as piety, as Molyneux applauded in optics. Creatures truly act. Immanent action in minds is undeniable. The same force belongs to other entelechies. Occasionalism, Flood, Malebranche, extended to deny even immanent action would thrust the cause of evil into God and contradict inner experience. If mind has inherent force for immanent action, nothing forbids. Indeed, reason requires. The same in other souls or forms. Occasionalism, extended too far, makes God nature itself and creatures vanish. Inertia, Kepler, is not indifference to motion and rest. Matter resists through passive force. Entelechy provides motive force. Unified speed in one body yields twice the force of divided speeds. Inertia hinders half as much. Resistance comprises impenetrability and inertia. Primary matter. Primitive entelechy is active principle modifying secondary matter. Bodies retain impetus once imparted. Activities cannot be modifications of essentially passive bulk. A first entelechy, primitive motive force, must be found in corporeal substance. Extension is incomplete, resolvable into plurality, continuity, coexistence. Something must be diffused as whiteness in milk. Thought completes in the dynamic, not the merely extended. Unity of extended thing is abstracted when internal motion of parts is ignored. Sturm's arguments fail. Secondary matter is complete substance, active plus passive. Primary matter is passive but not substance. Soul/form is not modification of matter. Motion at each moment includes conatus toward the next state, else moving and resting bodies would be indistinguishable in a plenum. Under perfect uniformity, no observer, not even an angel, could detect change between concentric spheres. No two things perfectly similar, no maximal hardness or universal subtle matter. Alteration from degrees of nisus, not bare transposition. Aristotle's alteration rehabilitated through monadic modifications. Monads lack parts, no atoms of bulk, continuum not composed of points. Every substance acts without interruption. Pre-established harmony, no influx between monads. Phenomena explained mechanically in aggregates. Union of soul and body consists in this agreement. Occasionalism's danger. Eliminating nature's efficacy collapses into Spinozism. God endowed things with something from which predicates follow, not deus ex machina for every natural truth. Primitive force is conatus, entelechy, law impressed by decree. Dead forces arise from living, centrifugal from rotation. Living monads everywhere. Dominant intelligent souls need not be everywhere, but something analogous to soul should be. Order and beauty forbid life in only the smallest portion of matter when greater perfection would place it everywhere. Stone's collision argument fails under true dynamics. Cheese and flint contain organic substructures to infinity. Boyle's broad point that nature is mechanism must distinguish ultimate from derived principles, as clock requires weight or spring. Mechanism's source flows from metaphysical, not merely material and mathematical reasons. Nature as inherent force. Divine command leaves enduring impression. Substance equals force. Occasionalism and Sturm risks Spinozistic collapse. Primary/secondary matter. Passive resistance plus active entelechy. Inertia real, not Cartesian indifference. MV superscript 2 conservation versus MV. Monad introduced. True unities without parts. Phenomena and aggregates. No influx. Harmony and internal law. Quote, if that law God laid down left some trace of itself impressed on things, we must admit that a certain efficacy has been placed in things, a form or a force, something like what we usually call by the name nature. Quote, insofar as, together with matter, it constitutes a substance that is truly one. It makes up what I call a monad, since if these true and real unities were eliminated, only entities through aggregation, no true entities at all would be left in bodies. Letters to Bernoulli and de Volder. Correspondence with Johann Bernoulli. The Bernoulli letters 1698-99 sharpen the metaphysics of body and force in direct response to Bernoulli's number queries. Phenomena in bodies, even elasticity, are explicable mechanically, but laws of motion cannot derive from extension and impenetrability alone. Something whose modifications yield conatus and impetus must be posited as shapes from extension. A monad is a substance truly one, not an aggregate. Primary matter, bulk, moles, is merely passive and incomplete. Secondary matter, mass, massa, is a collection of substances. The fish, not the pond, is one substance. Without souls or analogs, there is no ego, no real unity, only phantasms. Monads exist in every portion of matter. A complete monad is the animal, soul plus organic body, not soul alone. Division proceeds, as with flocks and fish ponds, but fluid between animals divides again ad infinitum, never arriving at living points or points with forms. Animals present themselves immediately as substances. Man is not composed of bodily parts. Matter is not composed of the non-quantitative. Forms are activities, substantial forms primitive entelechies. Beyond extension sits a seed of actions, soul, life, first entelechy. Primitive entelechies differ from dead forces. Life contains perception and appetite corresponding to organ state. Modifications limit rather than add. No active modifications of what is essentially passive. Leibniz approves Bernoulli's counsel to abstain from substantial form before Cartesians, speaking instead of passive mass and primitive entelechy. Forces are coeval with matter. Dead forces arise from living. Centrifugal conatus from rotation. Changes do not leap. Nature has no boundary. Animals larger than ours and worlds and motes of dust. Death is contraction, generation unfolding. Metamorphosis, not soul migration into new animals. Flint and cheese contain something analogous to worms ad infinitum. Entelechies coeval with matter, never without organs. Vacuum and atoms possible to power, but not wisdom. Sterile places contradict maximal production. Rational souls under laws of grace, distinct from natural entelechies. Leibniz ventures nothing definite about human soul's origin or post-mortem state. God is pure act. Imperfect things are passive. Passive never actually separated from active in creatures. Not all entelechies need be rational. Cartesians over-hasty in inferring intelligence from soul analogy. To say primary matter is merely passive is to say same thing twice, separated from all activity. Incomplete means active without passive and passive without active, using explained terms rather than offending moderns with form. Cartesians deny soul analogues in bodies without reason. What we cannot imagine may still exist. Nature not so poor as to give souls only to human bodies on our globe, when it could give them everywhere without interfering with other ends. Parts of cheese without visible worms may contain smaller worms. Plants, organic things sui generis ad infinitum. Same for flint. Entelechies have origin common with other things. Cannot be naturally produced de novo. Just about pocket watch of enormous giant illustrates scale without limit. Transport into tiny systems possible in principle. Metempsychosis into new animals rejected. Bernoulli rightly judges that what we do not perceive clearly should not be rejected on that account. Yet Cartesians who boast of clear and distinct perception do not perceive extension clearly. If soul or form is primary activity whose modifications yield secondary forces as shapes from extension, the intellect is satisfied without imagination's pictures. Extension alone is seat of shapes. Beyond it we must posit seat of actions. Soul, form, life, first entelechy. Gross organs may be destroyed. Something survives with prior entelechy, shrunken but endowed with same entelechy that never migrates or exists without organs. Man is substance. His body is collection of substances. Same for living things hidden in flint. Other primitive entelechies conceived on analogy with souls, though not perfectly. Monad and mass. Primary matter passive / incomplete. Monad equals animal with entelechy. Infinite organisms in every mass. No soul migration. Force hierarchy. Primitive entelechy versus dead force. Perception / appetite in all life. Metamorphosis, not metempsychosis. Bernoulli on continuity. No leaps in change. Living force versus dead. Extension insufficient for collision laws. Quote, by monad, I understand a substance truly one, namely, one which is not an aggregate of substances. And so not the flock, but the animal, not the fish pond, but the fish is one substance. Correspondence with de Volder. De Volder, 1699 to 1706, pressed extension, inertia, and the source of forces across a correspondence that gradually reduced corporeal substance to monads, and phenomena. Leibniz. Extension is relative, resolvable into plurality, continuity, coexistence. Something must be diffused. Dynamic thought completes what extension leaves incomplete. Descartes recognized inertia, following Kepler, but derived persistence of state wrongly from extension alone. Youthful indifferent matter implied smallest body moves largest without resistance. Chaos. Experience and order require passive resistance and intellectual motive force. Unified inertia explains why 1 pound at 2 speeds has twice the force of 2 pounds at 1 speed each. Resistance contains impenetrability and inertia, passive principle. Primitive entelechy exercises active force through motion. Retaining state until change differs from having force and inclination to resist change. Active and passive connect because every substance is active, every finite substance passive. Nature allows no vacuum in forms. Attributes as single absolute predicates fail. Thought and extension involve relations. Mind coincides with what thinks, not with thought alone, since subject must contain past and future thoughts. Two equal bodies with same shape and motion cannot be distinguished intrinsically on Cartesian grounds. Things that differ must differ in some intrinsic way. Axiom neglected by new philosophy, content with imagination. Mathematical notions, time, space, passive mass, motion, are incomplete. In nature, no two bodies perfectly similar, no Democritean atoms or Cartesian globes. In plenum, homogeneous passive mass cannot fill universe. Alteration and heterogeneity required. No generation/corruption of substance. Monads, primitive entelechy joined with primitive passive power. Mass contains innumerable subordinate monads, but one dominant entelechy makes the animal. Leibniz distinguishes 5 levels. 1. Primitive entelechy or soul. 2. Primary matter or primitive passive power. 3. Monad from these 2. 4. Mass or organic machine of subordinate monads. 5. Animal or corporeal substance unified by dominating monad. Extension equals order of coexisting possibles. Time equals order of inconsistent possibles. Monads have situation through machines though not extended. Place an order of coexistence and successional order for all changes, spiritual and corporeal. Mathematical body is mental like arithmetical unit. Real bodies have parts actually assigned by nature's motions, though division proceeds to infinity. Matter results from monads, not composed of them, as rainbow is phenomenon grounded in perceivers. Only simple things are true things. Without change in simples, no change at all. Internal tendency essential to finite substance. In phenomena, collision explains new change through laws partly metaphysical, partly geometrical. Substance, as complete thing, envelopes, curved path predetermined in present state. Difference between substance and mass is difference between complete and abstract. Organic machines never newly arise, always infinite organs expressing universe. Indestructible as universe itself. Entelechies necessarily differ as sources of diversity, living mirrors concentrating worlds, souls of same species in physical, not mathematical sense. Derivative forces presuppose primitive. Force times time equals action. Modifications limit, do not add. Primitive force is perception and appetite analogously everywhere. Matter and motion are phenomena of perceivers harmonizing with eternal truths. De Volder's later letters receive the full reduction. Corporeal mass is phenomenon from simple substances. Primitive forces are internal strivings from perception to perception. Influx unintelligible and purposeless. Discrete quantity alone is real. Continuum ideal with indefinite parts. Uniform matter at rest could never ground distinction. Argument to Sturm. Extension's diffusion is continuity of similar parts. Whiteness in milk, not flowing monads. Individuals involve infinity. Complete notions include all changes. Appearance is produced because simple substances are sources of perception series expressing one universe. Reason same as why universe exists. Soul represents body. Idea of body constantly changes while soul remains. Present idea always in soul, joined to tendency producing new idea by prescribed law. In massive extension, no unity, but innumerable unities. As ocean has no one substance, but each drop contains other things. Mathematical extension has no actual division. Real bodies have parts assigned by nature's motions to infinity. Matter not composed of unities, but results from them. Phenomena divisible into lesser phenomena. Substantial unities are foundations, not parts. Whoever adds to simple substances works vainly. Academic arguments against externals use good arguments badly. Without divisions in nature, no variation. With only aggregates and no internal variation in simples, no differentiation among things. Masses and phenomena repel by own force rather than receiving new force from without. Properly speaking, entelechy does not impel mass, but is joined with primitive passive power constituting monad, cannot flow into other entelechies in same mass, though phenomena explain mechanically. Extension relative, resolvable, not primitive, dynamic completes thought, inertia from passive force, not extension. De Volder on substance, monads true unities, mass phenomenon, space/time orders of possibles, perception/appetite primitive. Influx denied, pre-established harmony, derivative forces in phenomena only, discrete actuality versus continuous ideal. Quote, I don't think that substance consists of extension alone. Since the concept of extension is incomplete, we must seek no notion of power or force, but that of an attribute from which change follows, change whose subject is the substance itself. Quote, I relegate derivative forces to the phenomena, but I think that it is obvious that primitive forces can be nothing but the internal strivings of simple substances harmonize with one another, representing the same phenomena of the universe in different ways. Sophie Charlotte, Coste, Tournemine, Debus. Sophie Charlotte and Toland. Queen Sophie Charlotte's commission to respond to Toland's empiricist letter, likely aimed at Locke as well, occasions one of Leibniz's most accessible statements on what is independent of sense and matter. The senses, like a blind man's stick, acquaint us with particular objects, but not with what sensible qualities are in themselves. Blue cannot be defined except by being shown. Nominal definitions fail for colors, though assayers define gold by marks for those who never saw it. Sensible qualities are occult. We understand them least precisely where most familiar, as a pilot does not understand the compass needle's nature. Discoveries about refraction and color mixing do not explain how perception of blue, yellow, green results from mechanical causes, whether red is rotation of globules, heat of vortex of dust, sound circles in water as stone makes circles. Besides occult qualities, senses furnish distinct notions through common sense, number, shape, unattached to any single external sense. Mathematics requires what senses cannot supply. Soul compares numbers in color with numbers in touch through internal sense, imagination, uniting particular sense notions, clear but confused, with common sense notions, clear and distinct. Applied mathematics explains sensible qualities only insofar as they contain what is common to several senses. Without intelligible aid, sciences would be mere induction, never assuring perfect generality. Particular sensible qualities reason about only through what belongs to internal sense. Those explaining them distinctly always recur to mathematical ideas involving magnitude and multitude of parts. Three levels of notions: purely sensible, clear but confused, sensible and intelligible or mathematical, distinct, purely intelligible, substance, cause, the eye, above, imagination. First and second levels imaginable, third above imagination. Second and third intelligible and distinct. First clear but confused, being and truth not wholly sensory. Orderly dreams would not shake demonstrative science. The eye, who thinks, remains even if all appearance is illusory. Intelligible substances more certain metaphysically than sensible, which might be appearances only, though inattention makes us take sensibles for sole realities. Reflective thought on thinking adds something to sensible objects. Through conceiving other beings, we grasp substance in general, cause-effect, action, similarity, logic, ethics. Nothing in understanding came from senses except understanding itself. Natural light furnishes force of reasoning. Conversion of propositions, mathematical axioms, equals minus equals remain equal. Balance scales neither incline. Mechanics, knowable without experience. Particular negatives do not convert universally. Charitable men, not just does not yield, just men, not charitable. Since justice includes charity and rule of reason together. Induction never proves universal necessity. Odd numbers summing to squares, iron sinking, death following ancestors. Similarity without same reasons proves nothing. Englishman's joke about avoiding death. Inborn light leads children to truths by Socrates' method. Sense is necessary for thinking now, as air for life, but neither constitutes essence. Matter and immaterial substance question means merely passive extension and impenetrability needing form. Complete corporeal substance, including soul everywhere, would not contradict immaterialism. Immaterial substances, perception and action cannot be explained by extension alone. Infinite possible motions and shapes, determining cause of actual sequence outside matter. God, infinite perfect substance. Souls may be joined to organs everywhere. Perception, not mechanism. Force and action everywhere. Laws of force depend on metaphysical principles, not material or mathematical notions alone. We resemble God through knowledge of order, and order we give things within our grasp. Virtue, perfection, felicity and pleasure taken therein. Penetrating to bottom of things finds beautiful order surpassing expectation. As all who worked in sciences know, immaterial substances exist, live directed toward end approached asymptotically. Slipbacks like lines turning away, advance finally prevails. Natural light insufficient for providence's details. Faith guides. Perfection of things suffices for reasonable contentment. Progress toward ends like asymptotes. Advance finally prevails. Metempsychosis and Elysian fictions for common folk lacking revealed light. God's power, wisdom, goodness content reasonable persons. Conjectural sciences can determine degree of probability demonstratively given assumptions. Art of reasoning not yet fully developed. Geometers never hold induction perfectly proved. Asymptotes show geometry's ordinary rules admit exceptions. Experiments succeed countless times, yet fail extraordinarily. Iron floats, if hollow, as Elisha's miracle or natural artifice. Letter to Cost on Freedom. The 1707 letter to Cost clarifies freedom against Locke's dispute with Limborch, forwarded with Locke's latest editions. Necessary truth. Opposite implies contradiction. Contingent could have been otherwise. Once God chooses, hypothetical necessity follows, but voluntary actions remain contingent because no demonstration shows opposite impossible. Freedom of indifference opposed to necessity is real. Indifference of equilibrium is chimerical. Buridan's ass never arises, for universe has no center and parts infinitely varied, unlike ellipse bisected through center. Choice always follows greatest inclination without absolute necessitation. Nothing happens without determining reason. God chooses best. We choose what strikes us most. Even perverse choices have determining reasons. Whim, contrariness. Mr. Bell did not consider this when imagining equilibrium case possible. We have power over future volitions by attending and habituating reason. Pre-established harmony makes prophecy compatible with present pregnancy with future. Present pregnant with future, perfect interconnection. Acute mind could read distant from near. Hypothetical necessity after God's choice does not destroy contingency. Sins and evils included in choice as permissible for greater goods. Socinians alone deny this. Opposing it upsets divine attributes. When circumstances tip deliberation, choice is certain though not necessary. Passions often replace reason. will follow's greatest inclination. Choosing lesser good may proceed through whim, making it more agreeable, still determining reasons. Sevenoy's prophets would agree with pre-established harmony. Spheres may exist where prophecy common or genii have greater leave, but presumptive judgment follows what is usual here. Tournmine on union. Tournmine objected that pre-established harmony, like two clocks, explains correspondence without union. Leibniz concedes he would have been wrong to charge Cartesians on this score, for his own system accounts for phenomena, not metaphysical union no one has made intelligible, something like presence, obscure when applied to incorporeal things, as mysteries exceed distinct definition. We judge something analogous in immaterial things after conceiving union and presence in material ones. Father Tournmine spoke obligingly in Memoirs de Travaux. Leibniz renounces objection he does not remember making, substituting admission that harmony explains relation perceived between soul and body, not union added metaphysically that no one has defined. Mysteries elevated from ordinary course of creatures to something sublime corresponding to divine power. We cannot form intelligible definition of whole, though more than mere words. Des Bosses and corporeal substance. The Des Bosses correspondence, 1712-16, is Leibniz's most detailed account of corporeal substance, introduced in response to Des Bosses's discussion of corporeal substance and transubstantiation. Either bodies are mere phenomena grounded in monads, or faith compels admitting a vinculum substantial chain God superadds, making primary matter, passive union of monads, and substantial form, active union, in perpetual flux, while souls remain simple subjects. Without this chain, bodies would be well-founded phenomena like rainbows. Monads are worlds apart, connected only through God. Real continuity requires composite substances, not points or monads alone. Line over points, but unifying reality over monads. The Eucharist analogy. Everything making phenomena real in bread may be miraculously replaced by what makes them real in Christ's body, while monads remain requisites, not ingredients. Time and space are orders, not things. Composite substances echo monads that, once posited, require monads naturally, though not essentially. Bodies judged by appearance to us would lack reality if differently appearing to different perceivers. Hence reality of bodies, space, motion, time as phenomena of God's scientia visionis, like ground plan versus perspective drawing. Relations, duration, position, interaction, connection, have reality in God's seeing monads relations. Beyond these, superadded substantial chain yields new substance, not mere resultant. Extension of body is continuity of matter through parts. Supernatural cessation of beyond parts ends that body's extension, leaving only phenomenal extension in monads. Corporeal substance, if real beyond monads, consists in unifying reality God superadds. Primary matter from passive union of monads, substantial form from union of entelechies, both in flux. Soul remains same subject, while form and matter change moment to moment. Monads are requisites, not ingredients. Transubstantiation located in change of unifying substance, while monads and phenomena grounded on them may remain. Without vinculum, only continual dreams in perfect agreement, reality consisting in phenomena of God's intuitive knowledge. Interaction, connection, presence, relations God sees among monads. Superadded substantial chain yields composite substance beyond resultant relations. Faith may compel corporeal substance. Philosophy alone may rest with monads and well-founded phenomena. Form superadded to monads is not soul, simple and indivisible, but flux union of entelechies. Matter from passive union likewise in flux, no point in matter remaining same place more than moment. Unifying substance has monads with physical, though not absolute necessity, as body may be touched by another body though body is not accident. Three levels of notions: sensible, confused, mathematical common sense, distinct, purely intelligible, substance, cause, self. Indifference of equilibrium. Chimerical. Choice always follows greatest inclination, without absolute necessity. Vinculum substantial. Substantial chain uniting monads into real corporeal substance beyond phenomenal aggregates. Quote, thus, what the ancient Platonists have observed holds also in our case, namely, that the knowledge of eternal and necessary truths distinguishes us from mere animals and raises us to the knowledge of ourselves and of God. And it is this in us which is called the rational soul or mind. Quote, if bodies are phenomena, and judged in accordance with how they appear to us, they will not be real, since they will appear differently to different people. And so the reality of bodies, of space, of motion, and of time seem to consist in the fact that they are phenomena of God, that is, the object of his knowledge by intuition. Principles of nature and grace. A substance is a being capable of action. Simple substance, or monad, has no parts. Compound substance is a collection of monads. Monads have no windows through which something could enter or leave. Their natural changes come from an internal principle. Perception is the passing state that represents a multitude in the unity. Appetite is the tendency from one perception to another. Souls never entirely leave their bodies. No metempsychosis, but metamorphosis. Animals change by acquiring and leaving parts suddenly in conception and death, continuously in nutrition. So far as physicists. Now metaphysics by the great principle little used. Nothing takes place without sufficient reason. Why it is so and not otherwise. Why is there something rather than nothing? Nothing is simpler and easier than something. Assuming things must exist, there must be a reason why thus and not otherwise. That sufficient reason cannot be found in the series of contingent bodies and their representations in souls. Matter is indifferent to motion and rest. Trace motion back forever, and the same question remains. The ultimate reason must be outside the series, a necessary being carrying the reason of its existence with itself, God. This primitive substance eminently includes the perfections of its effects, omnipotence, omniscience, supreme goodness and justice. Imperfection in creatures comes from their essential limitation. Rational minds are images of divinity, capable of science and of society with God through reason and eternal truths. Members of the city of God, where virtue meets proportionate reward without disturbing the order of bodies. From God's supreme perfection, it follows that he chose the best possible plan, greatest variety with greatest order, most effect by simplest means, possibles claiming existence in proportion to perfection, the result being the most perfect actual world. Without this, one could not give a reason why things turn out this way rather than otherwise. Wisdom chose laws of motion adjusted to metaphysical reasons. Conservation of absolute force or action, of respective force or reaction, of directive force, action equal to reaction, whole effect equivalent to full cause. Efficient causes and matter alone cannot give the reason for these laws. One must have recourse to final causes and the principle of fitness, proof of God for those who can delve deeply. Each monad is a living mirror of the universe according to its point of view. Souls capable of reason are spirits, images of divinity, members of the city of God. Nature leads to grace. Grace perfects nature. Pure love of God, taking pleasure in the perfections of the beloved, gives a foretaste of future felicity and real tranquility, not stoic forced patience. Happiness must consist in perpetual progress to new pleasures and perfections, never in complete joy that would dull the mind, for God is infinite and can never be entirely known. Sufficient reason, why something rather than nothing, ultimate reason outside the contingent series, God. Best possible world, greatest variety with greatest order, possibles claim existence by perfection, force and fitness, conservation laws chosen by wisdom, final causes where mechanism alone fails. Quote, assuming this principle, the first question we have a right to ask will be, why is there something rather than nothing? For nothing is simpler and easier than something. Thus the sufficient reason, which needs no other reason, must be outside this series of contingent things, and must be found in a substance which is its cause, and which is a necessary being, carrying the reason of its existence with itself. And this ultimate reason for things is called God. Quote, "Thus our happiness will never consist, and must never consist, in complete joy, in which nothing is left to desire, and which would dull our mind, but must consist in a perpetual progress to new pleasures and new perfections." Monadology. The monad is a simple substance, without parts, that enters into composites. There must be simple substances, for there are composites. A composite is nothing but a collection of simples. Monads have no windows. Accidents cannot detach and wander into another. Natural changes come from an internal principle. Perception represents a multitude in the simple. Appetite tends from perception to perception. We experience a multitude in our simple substance when we find that the least thought of which we are conscious involves variety. Confused perceptions, petite perceptions, go unnoticed yet determine us. Waking from a swoon we perceive, but without distinguishing. The Cartesians fail by ignoring perceptions we do not apperceive, confusing long stupor with death and denying animal souls. Yet perception is inexplicable mechanically. Enlarge the thinking machine as one enters a mill. One finds only parts pushing parts, never perception, which belongs to the simple alone. Monads are true atoms of nature, elements of things, without extension, shape, or divisibility. No two perfectly alike, each differing by internal denomination from every other in the plenum. If perceptions were not distinguished by anything besides the consciousness of them, a monad woken from stupor would be indistinguishable from another. Death of animals is only a wrapping up of perceptions. Souls in general are living mirrors. Memory provides a sequence that imitates reason in beasts. Men act like beasts in 3/4 of their actions. Empirics expecting dawn because it has always dawned, while the astronomer judges by reason. Knowledge of eternal and necessary truths distinguishes us, raising us to reflective acts that enable us to think, I, being substance God. Appetition does not always reach the whole perception toward which it tends, yet always obtains something and reaches new perceptions. Natural change proceeds by degrees, something changing and something remaining, plurality of affections in unity without parts. The specification and variety of simple substances that Cartesian blindness to petite perceptions obscured. Two great principles. Contradiction. That involving contradiction is false, sufficient reason. No fact without a reason why thus and not otherwise. Two kinds of truths. Of reasoning, necessary, opposite impossible, analyzable to primitives. Of fact, contingent, opposite possible. Contingent truths also require sufficient reason, but resolution proceeds into unlimited detail, infinity of shapes, motions, inclinations. We make no progress by staying in the series. The ultimate reason must be outside in a necessary substance. God, unique, universal, perfect. Creatures receive their perfection from him. Their limitation is original. Monads begin and end only by creation and annihilation. Composites through their parts. No natural dissolution of what has no parts. No windows through which accidents could wander as sensible species once did. Since there is an infinity of possible universes and only one can exist, there must be a sufficient reason for God's choice, fitness, degree of perfection. Wisdom makes the best known. Goodness chooses it. Power produces it. Each simple substance has relations expressing all the others, a perpetual living mirror. The same city viewed from different directions appears multiplied prospectively. So there are as many universes as monads, yet only perspectives on one. This is how to obtain as much variety as possible with the greatest order, as much perfection as possible. Influence of one monad on another can only be ideal through God adjusting each to each from the beginning. What is active in one respect is passive in another, according to which supplies the distinct reason for explanation. Entelechies are incorporeal automata, with perception and appetite as sole internal actions. Souls with distinct perception and memory are animals. Minds with reason are spirits. Images of divinity, capable of science, and of entering the city of God, where nature and grace interpenetrate without confusion. Everything is a plenum. Every motion affects distant bodies. Bodies are like temporary aggregates. Organisms are more perfect monads dominating a body. There is never generation from nothing nor strict extinction, only development and envelopment. Rational souls enter into a moral world, the city of God, where God is as monarch as he is architect of nature. The two kingdoms, nature and grace, interpenetrate without confusion. God as architect satisfies God as legislator. If we understood the order well enough, we would find it surpasses the wishes of the wisest. Happiness attaches us to the author as final cause of our will. Each monad knows the infinite confusedly, like hearing the seas murmur without distinguishing each wave. Yet God alone reads all distinctly, as center whose circumference is nowhere. The present pregnant with future, distant expressed and proximate, folds of the soul opening perceptibly with time. No crime without punishment, no good action without proportionate reward, accomplished through natural order and pre-established harmony, not by disturbing body's laws. Minds capable of reason enter society with God, imitating the divine architect in voluntary actions and in the sciences that disclose the weight, measure, and number by which he regulated the world. Monad, simple substance without windows, perception and appetite, living mirror of the universe from its point of view. Two principles/two truths, contradiction and sufficient reason. Truths of reasoning versus truths of fact. Pre-established harmony, ideal mutual adjustment in God's choice of the best. No physical influx between monads. Quote, our reasonings are based on two great principles, that of contradiction, in virtue of which we judge that which involve a contradiction to be false, and that which is opposed or contradictory to the false to be true, and that of sufficient reason, by virtue of which we consider that we can find no true or existent fact, no true assertion, without there being a sufficient reason why it is thus and not otherwise, although most of the time these reasons cannot be known to us. Quote, this interconnection or accommodation of all created things to each other, and each to all the others, brings it about that each simple substance has relations that express all the others, and, consequently, that each simple substance is a perpetual, living mirror of the universe. Just as the same city viewed from different directions appears entirely different and, as it were, multiplied prospectively, in just the same way it happens that, because of the infinite multitude of simple substances, there are, as it were, just as many different universes which are, nevertheless, only perspectives on a single one, corresponding to the different points of view of each monad. Masson and Wolff. Letter to Samuel Masson. The 1716 letter to Samuel Masson, replying to an anonymous critic in the Histoire Critique, defends pre-established harmony against charges of obscurity and Kabbalistic kinship. Leibniz denies being a monist of mind or making matter a shadow. Matter is a substantiatum, an aggregate like an army, real as phenomenon but not substance. Every monad perceives. Living mirrors represent the universe. Only God reads all. Matter must be actually subdivided to infinity. Continuity does not abolish distinctness. Sheep in a flock remain distinct. The critic's Epicurean leanings and claim that mathematicians fail in philosophy miss the point. Gassendi and Descartes were great in both. Mathematics is the passage to metaphysics. Space and mathematical entities are relative, not absolute. No real infinite number, though multitude surpasses any assignable bound. Leibniz responds to misreadings. Not one substance for all things. As many monads as substances, not all minds. Matter not shadow or nothing, but substantiatum whose unity is constructed by conception. Entelechies and living mirrors are not gibberish. Each substance acts spontaneously, represents universe. God alone penetrates all, yet least portion of matter contains whole universe for one who knows all through harmony. Hippocrates on living beings and universe's conspiracy supports indestructibility of true substances. Beasts lack reflection, not perception. Souls not geometrical points, but concentrations analogically. Composite tendency of thoughts represents composite things without soul being composed. Simultaneous and successive perceptions multiply without destroying simplicity. Infinitesimal calculus uses useful fictions, not account of nature. Weight not essential to matter. Anonymous critic compared Leibniz to Kabbalists. Leibniz notes distance even when views agree, denies single mind substance for all. Pre-established harmony intelligible without Aristophanes' soul as harmony. Critics' Epicurean bias shows through. Particular bodies have reality on Leibniz's view more than critic grants. Queen Sophie Charlotte, capable of depth, did not show objections to Leibniz, perhaps too superficial or displeasing. Foucault, Lamy Bell Arnauld, Malebranche found writings clear. Des Maizoas Hippocrates scholarship and Bell reply preserved in same journal volume. Leibniz welcomes instructive objections requiring going beyond what already said, not pleasantries substituting for meditation. Mathematicians take space as relative being, not absolute reality. Infinitesimals useful fictions for physics, not metaphysics of things. Correspondence with Wolf. The Wolf correspondence crystallizes perfection as the degree of positive reality or affirmative intelligibility. What contains more observabilia? A healthy body contains more worthy of observation than a sick one. Imperfections are exceptions, disturbing general rules. Wisdom acts through principles, not exceptions, except when rules limit one another. Uniformity and variety reconcile. The more regular, the more general observations. Harmony and variety is perfection. Regularity equals more general rules. Unlimited without order is chaos, not perfection. Spinoza erred in eliminating perfection from things. Wolff's moral psychology, pleasure at perfection, displeasure at imperfection, natural obligation toward highest perfection of self and others, receives Leibniz's endorsement. Happiness, felicitas, equals enduring joy, Letitia, extraordinary predominance of pleasure, even amid sorrows, kingdom granted to gout-ridden ambitious man. Pleasure equals sensation of perfection, harmony, consensus and variety. Order, regularity, harmony, contemplability, degree of essence from harmonizing properties coincide. God as supreme perceiver of harmonies. Consonances please through observable agreement. Theory and practice harmonize. Sense of perfection delights perception and extricates it from confusion. Wolff needed perfection for morals. Actions tending toward perfection excite pleasure, imperfection displeasure. Natural obligation arises when represented perfection causes pleasure, inclining mind to appetition. Law of nature. Actions directed toward highest perfection of self and others. Leibniz clarifies. Recent explanation illustrates prior definition. More observabilia means more general properties, more harmony. Perfection in essence and in properties flowing from essence are same inquiry. Divine intellect, most regular because source of all rules, produces most harmonious world system with greatest general observations. Animals empirically observe agreement without a priori reasons. In morals, felicitas as end. Joy must endure lest withdrawn by subsequent greater sadness. Perfection equals degree of essence, when essence calculated from harmonizing properties giving weight and momentum. Hence God cares about harmonies through perception to greatest degree. Perfection, degree of positive reality. Harmony, regularity, and variety of what is worthy of observation. Substantiatum, aggregate of substances, army, flock, not a true substance. Felicitas, enduring joy. Pleasure is sensation of perfection. Harmony, consensus in variety. Quote, I do not say that there is a single substance for all things, and that this substance is mind. For there are as many completely distinct substances as there are monads. Matter is an aggregate, not a substance but a substantiatum, and insofar as it is considered as making up one thing, it is a phenomenon, very real in fact, but a thing whose unity is constructed by our conception. Descartes and Malebranche. God, logic, and the Cartesian method. To Countess Elizabeth, Leibniz undertakes a subject he would not otherwise presume to broach, not to teach one whose intelligence he had already witnessed in conversation, but to learn her judgment on what he had said in passing about Descartes' proofs of God. The occasion is characteristic. Demonstrations of divine existence have become almost as fashionable and as suspect as quadratures of a circle in perpetual motion. Every novice in metaphysics begins where he ought to end, with God and the immortality of the soul, which are rather the fruits of long preparation than the first exercises of an untrained mind. Leibniz therefore sets out his credentials without vanity. Early schooling in the subtleties of Thomists and Scotists, then jurisprudence and history, then the mathematical passion of his Paris years, when analysis and the arithmetical machine won public praise from the Royal Societies of France and England. A machine, he insists, no mere rhabdology transformed into brass, but something of another order entirely, whose perfection the public would one day recognize. Mathematics attracted him because it bears the traces of the art of invention in general, and in Descartes' geometry itself, he found the imperfection of the Cartesian method displayed. Geometry depends on ourselves alone, needing no external experiments. If physics may be excused by lack of data, geometry cannot. Yet Descartes had advanced too boldly that all problems reduced to his equations and curved lines, until de Bohn proposed an inverse tangent problem and forced him to confess he did not yet see it clearly. Leibniz had discovered another analysis altogether, resolving that very problem in 3 lines. Geometry enriched by these means surpasses Veit and Descartes incomparably more than there surpassed the ancients, not in curiosities alone, but in problems decisive for mechanics. He passes over his own rules of motion, different from Descartes', to reach metaphysics. Metaphysics is scarcely other than true logic, the art of invention. It is natural theology, and the same God who is the source of all goods is the principle of all knowledge. Since the idea of God contains absolute being, the simple in our thoughts from which everything we think draws its origin. Descartes did not proceed in this way. His first proof moves from our having an idea of God to God's being its cause. His second, shorter still, infers existence from the list of perfections. Both reasonings are suspect. They go too fast and force themselves upon us without enlightening us. Real demonstrations fill the mind with solid nourishment. Here the crux is hard to find, and able objectors have been led astray. Some deny any idea of God because he is not imaginable. Leibniz replies that ideas of thought, existence, and the like need no images. Others grant the idea, but cannot see how existence follows from it. He himself believes that whoever has recognized the idea of God and sees existence as a perfection must admit existence belongs to God. Yet we must not persuade ourselves that so great a thing costs so little. Paralogisms here are dangerous. They strengthen the opposite side. One must prove with the greatest exactness that there is an idea of a completely perfect being. Descartes' proof that we have such an idea is imperfect. We think sometimes of impossible things and draw consequences from them, squaring the circle, greatest speed in a body, and a paralogism may hide in the transition from thinkable to possible. The remedy appears lowly. Argue only in forma. Critics cry Barbara Celerant and send him back to school, but rigorous demonstration need not wear scholastic stamps. An accountant's ledger and an algebraic calculation are arguments in proper form, when nothing necessary to the force of reasoning is omitted and the arrangement itself causes evidence. To reason with evidence in all subjects requires a consistent formalism. There would be less eloquence, but more certainty. The new characteristic would represent thoughts truly and distinctly. When a thought is composed of simpler ones, its character would be similarly composed, with consequences for the sciences that would appear incredible yet admit demonstration. Reasoning in demonstrative or probable matters would demand no more skill than calculation and algebra. The foundation of the characteristic is also the foundation of God's existence. Simple thoughts are the elements of the characteristic. Simple forms the source of things. All simple forms are compatible. God's nature, containing all simple forms taken absolutely, is possible. And since God exists if possible, he exists. That is what needed to be demonstrated, not by the Cartesian shortcuts Elizabeth had heard praised, but by the patient ledger of forms. Malanus on the limits of Cartesianism. The private letter to Malanus is a devastating inventory, offered frankly because Malanus asked for thoughts on Cartesianism without disguise. To surrender completely to any author enslaves the mind and raises suspicion of error. To claim Descartes alone, exempt from significant mistake, may be true, but is not likely. The Royal Society, the Paris Academy, and the Accademia del Cimento openly refuse to be Aristotelians, Cartesians, or Epicureans. And experience shows that thorough Cartesians do not discover. They interpret their master as scholastics did Aristotle. Many beautiful discoveries have followed Descartes, but none, so far as Leibniz knows, from a true Cartesian. Descartes had a rather limited mind. He excelled in speculation, but discovered nothing useful for life under the senses or for the practice of arts. His meditations were either too abstract, as in metaphysics and geometry, or too subject to imagination, as in natural philosophy. The hyperbolic telescopes he promised would show animals on the moon never found workmen capable of execution. The advantage of hyperbolic curves proved less than he thought. He was a great genius to whom the sciences owe debts, but not in the way Cartesians believe. His morality composites Stoic patience with Epicurean tranquility. Follow reason. Do not trouble yourself with what is not in your power. The art of living reduced to endurance. Seneca had already reconciled Stoics and Epicureans. Descartes advanced the practice little. Patience without hope cannot last and scarcely consoles. Plato surpasses all here, bringing us to hope for a better life with good reason, closest to Christianity. Pythagorean metempsychosis was perhaps a device for the crowd. Among disciples he reasoned differently. Descartes' God is not the God we imagine or hope for, just wise, doing everything possible for creatures, but something approaching Spinoza's blind necessity, a supreme power putting everything into motion, without will directed at the good or understanding directed at the true, not acting for any end. Final causes are banished from philosophy under the pretext that we cannot know God's ends. Yet Plato showed that if God acts with wisdom, true physics consists in knowing ends and uses. Science is knowledge of reasons. Reasons for what an understanding made are final causes, apparent in use and function. Hence anatomy profits from considering the use of parts. A God like Descartes consoles only through strength, not hope. He tells us matter passes successively through all possible forms, God creating everything that can be made through all combinations in a necessary, fated order, so that necessity of matter alone would suffice. Or rather, as God, is this necessity acting as it can in matter. No intelligent creature is cared for more than any other. Each is happy or unhappy as engulfed in great currents. Immortality without memory is useless. The soul might pass through 1,000 changes remembering nothing of what it was. What good to become king of China on condition of forgetting what you once were? That would be as if God created a king of China while destroying you. Morality requires a wise, just God who allows nothing without reward and punishment. Descartes' doctrines of God, not acting for the good, and a soul immortal, without memory deceive simple people and undo the spiritual. Geometry was believed Descartes' strength. He was capable, but not so capable as to eclipse others. He pretends not to have read Vite, yet Vite said much. Descartes added solid curves by equations and tangents by double roots, yet speaks with unfounded loftiness, asserting all problems solvable until forced to admit Diophantine arithmetical problems and inverse tangents surpass him. Few Cartesians understand what inverse tangents are. They resolve small problems by their master's calculation, while the 2 or 3 great geometers counted among them know too well what Leibniz has said. Astronomy is Copernicus and Kepler with fluid vortices. Magnetism owes to Gilbert. Optics has admirable and indefensible passages, signs of refraction rightly, but proved clumsily. Anatomy owes Harvey's circulation. Descartes discovered nothing useful and demonstratively certain, reasoning about invisible parts before exploring visible ones. Steno showed him mistaken about heart and muscles. He lost his life in Sweden through medical arrogance, refusing care at first. Had he lived, he might have corrected errors, if arrogance allowed, but his reputation rested on a time of few able measurers. Since then, geometry has surpassed what he thought impossible, and physics discoveries surpass his imaginary vortices. He was ignorant of chemistry, without which applied physics cannot advance. What he said of salts would deserve pity. Less ambition to make a sect, more patience with sensible things, less surrender to the invisible. He might have laid true foundations. Having strayed, he harmed a reputation that will not prove as solid as Archimedes's. We will soon forget the beautiful novel of physics he gave us. It is time to rebuild on foundations incapable of being shaken. Dynamics and the critique of Cartesian physics. The early specimen on collision shows what follows if body is only extension and motion, and every conatus fully attains its effect. From conatus alone, one would derive that in head-on collision, the faster body impresses its entire speed on the slower, and they do not travel together. Yet experience shows they do. Speed diminishes with increased bulk as a loaded boat moves more slowly downstream. Inertia cannot be deduced from matter understood as filling and changing space. Over and above extension, we must add notions or forms, powers by which speed is adjusted to magnitude, not in motion or conatus, but in the intrinsic reason for motion, the law of continuing, produced and conserved by God in things though not in God himself. It is not the same quantity of motion that is conserved, but the same powers. On Body and Force, 1702, systematizes the reply against Cartesians who place the essence of body in extension alone. Leibniz admits no vacuum with Aristotle and Descartes, no real rarefaction with Democritus. Yet with Democritus and Aristotle against Descartes, there is something passive beyond extension, antitypy, resistance to penetration and to being set in motion. With Plato and Aristotle against Democritus, he acknowledges active force or entelechy. Aristotle rightly defined nature as principle of motion and rest, not because body moves itself by heaviness without prior motion, but because every body always has motive force, actual intrinsic motion from the beginning of things. Phenomena are explained mechanically except the causes of laws of motion, which derive from entelechy and cannot come from passive mass alone. Extension is relative, diffusion or repetition of a nature spread out. As time adds nothing to duration, nor number to what is counted, space adds nothing to extension. Different things in bodies spread out simultaneously. Only the extension of resistance, diffused through body, retains the designation on strict examination. Those who made extension absolute and primitive took refuge in occult qualities. Matter is diffusion of resistance. Body adds the dynamicon, innate principle of change. Physics subordinates to geometry and dynamics, dynamics to metaphysics. Passive force is antitypy and inertia. Active force involves conatus toward action. Entelechy, first principle completing corporeal substance with matter, one per se and not a flock. A natural machine, mark of an infinite creator, is infinity of entangled organs. It can never absolutely begin or be destroyed, only decrease, increase, enfold, unfold, preserving life or primitive actuosity. Derivative force modifies primitive force in collisions. Every body is essentially elastic, internal motion hindered turning outward, Without elasticity, the laws of motion and continuity could not obtain. Bodies gain motion in collision from their own force. Impulse gives only occasion and determination. Cartesians, confusing motive force with motion, believed force jointly proportional to mass and speed, quantity of motion, deceived by dead force at equilibrium. Living force is jointly proportional to masses and squares of speeds. Nature conserves absolute force, though relative force varies. They are also in leaps of velocity. Continuity forbids a body at rest passing in a moment to determinate motion without intermediate degrees. Final causes belong in physics as in architecture. Mechanism explains phenomena, but laws of motion derive from metaphysical fitness. Equality of cause and effect and similar laws essential to intelligies. To fly immediately to form when proximate efficient causes should be given is as empty as invoking God without his means or ends. Descartes spoke with greater moderation than his followers. He found no reason to use forms, but Leibniz showed he erred. Assuming plenum with only mass and change of position, no perceptible change could occur. Equivalent boundaries would always substitute for one another. Without intelligies, a present state could not be distinguished from another. Alteration, beyond local motion, reduces in the end to variation of forces. Without forces, nothing real remains in motion itself. Fillery and Ariste, Malebranche's world. The dialogue continuing Malebranche's and Tredian's finds Ariste swept up by Theodore's eloquence, yet dizzy when left alone. Fillery, old friend and doctor of the Sorbonne, comes to renew ties and settle judgments with rigor. Theodore proved the thinking eye is not body, because thoughts are not modes of extension. He seemed to prove body is nothing but extension. Destroy extension and body is destroyed. Fillery replies, non-Cartesians require antitypy for impenetrability. Bare extension makes only place. Destroying extension destroys body, but producing extension might yield only empty space, as destroying all magnitude destroys extension, though producing magnitude might yield only time. Extension enters the essence of body without constituting it entire, as magnitude enters extension without constituting it. Theodore's substance argument fares no better. Peripatetics compose body of matter and form, two substantial principles. One must prove body cannot be extension plus another substance. The Cartesian criterion, whatever can be conceived alone as substance, fails. Only God is absolutely independent. Active force, life, and antitypy are primitive, conceivable by abstraction independently of subjects, yet are not substances. Independence of a notion is not the criterion of substance. Extension as substance fails. Extension is abstract, relative, diffusion of antitypy or materiality in body, as whiteness diffuses in milk, hardness in diamond. Mobility Cartesians derive from divisibility of parts does not follow for those who admit real space distinct from matter. Leibniz distinguishes extension from body, denies void and space as substance, yet always distinguishes extension from the attribute diffused, situation or locality. Diffusion of place forms space, diffusion of antitypy forms body. Finally, bodies are not independent. Either bodies are not substances, or independence does not apply to all substances. Only monads are truly independent. Bodies are aggregates, one per accidens, phenomena or beings of reason. Plato's transitory beings that never subsist longer than a moment. On soul and body Fillery agrees thoughts are not modifications of extension and soul is immortal. Yet Theodore's proof, thoughts not measurable by feet and inches, is ad hominem against Democritians. Matter is purely passive. Action cannot originate from modification of matter. Motion and thought must come from something else. Ariste objects, Platonists, sympathists, and Leibniz's own dynamics grant active force in body. Fillery identifies that force with soul or simple substance everywhere in organized matter. Corporeal substance is soul plus mass. Distinction of soul and mass is sensed because laws of motion cannot be derived from the purely passive and geometrical. Against occasionalism. Even if operations were gods, modifications we sense in ourselves cannot be modifications of God. Matter, incapable of internal action, cannot have all external action refer to God alone without unreasonable miracles, as if God produced all phenomena in my soul while I alone existed. The reasoning proves either soul-body distinction or God's existence. Dynamics confirms both. On ideas and God. Filaret agrees material things are not immediate objects of perception, yet doubts Theodore's annihilation argument. Present perception might differ from the extraordinary case. An influx theorist would say God supplies what bodies produced without eternal ideas. Even if we produce internal phenomena without bodily influx, must there be external ideas? Possibilities subsist as eternal truths in God. The question is whether we see them in God. Leibniz's conciliatory repair. God alone acts immediately on souls. Our thoughts with perfection are produced by his continued operation. Receiving finite perfections from his infinite perfections, we are immediately affected by eternal ideas when our thoughts relate to them. In this sense, we see all things in God, without Malebranche's eliminative occasionalism or making sensible qualities arbitrary in God. Entelechy, primitive active force. First principle of motion not derivable from extension alone. Living force. Absolute force proportional to mass and square of velocity, conserved in nature. Pre-established harmony versus influx. Ideal adjustment at creation replaces physical influx and Cartesian perpetual divine intervention. Quote, I maintain that all simple forms are compatible among themselves. God's nature, which contains all simple forms taken absolutely, is possible. Now, we have proven above that God exists as long as he is possible. Therefore, he exists. Quote, if the operations in question were operations of God, the modifications we attribute to souls cannot be modifications of God. Matter is incapable of internal actions insofar as it is only passive. But this assumption, which gives all external actions to God alone, has recourse to miracles that are unreasonable, hardly worthy of divine wisdom. Quote, I am convinced that God is the only immediate external object of souls. Thus, insofar as we receive our finite perfections from his infinite perfections, we are immediately affected by them, and that is how our mind is immediately affected by the eternal ideas in God, when our mind has thoughts that relate to them. Hobbes and Spinoza. Dialogue Against Arbitrary Truth, 1677. Leibniz had admired Hobbes from youth. One of his earliest surviving letters, dated 1670, addresses the aged Englishman directly. The August 1677 dialogue does not name Hobbes, yet the association is unmistakable. Hobbes held that truth depends on definitions on arbitrary imposition of names, and first truths on those who first named things. The dialogue tests that doctrine through a string that must enclose maximal area. A circle, the geometers show, even before demonstration and even when no one thinks of it. Truth seems in things, yet falsity belongs to thoughts or propositions about things, not to things themselves. Before certainty, doubt shows the same subject capable of truth or falsity until the question's nature determines one or the other. And if not every possible thought is actually formed, truth attaches to possible propositions. Were anyone to think thus or its opposite, the thought would be true or false. The reason for truth or falsity lies in the nature of things together with our nature when we proceed by legitimate method, not in names alone. A string that encloses maximal space takes the shape of a circle, true even before geometers demonstrated it, even when no one is thinking of it. Truth seems then to be in things, yet falsity pertains to thoughts or propositions, and so, it seems, must truth. The reconciliation. Truth pertains to propositions or thoughts that are possible. If anyone were to think thus or its opposite, the thought would be true or false. The reason why a thought will be true or false lies in the nature of things together with our nature when we proceed by a legitimate method. Certain learned men, Hobbes, hold that truth arises from decisions and names. Definitions are starting places of demonstration. Definitions depend on decision. Ellipse, circulus. Arithmetic presupposes signs. Therefore, truths depend on human decision. The paradox is plain. Greeks, Latins, and Germans have the same geometry. Yet we never distinctly know or reason without characters. Drawn circles are characters taken for circles, useful by similarity. Primary elements, 0, need no similarity with things. The order among well-designed characters mirrors an order among things. Truth is not arbitrary because names are the connection of ideas. Once characters are fixed, is necessary. Nominal definitions are matters of decision. Real definitions establish possibility. Not every combination of notions is admissible. Characters are instruments of reasoning. The truths they help us discover are grounded in the essences of possibles. The analytic calculus confirms, whether decimal or duodecimal, whether seeds count what algebra expressed, the same proportion results. Basis of truth in connection and arrangement, as when substituting B plus C or D. E for n, a superscript 2 always yields equivalent formulae. Hobbes's ingenious writer is answered without denying that signs enter all reasoning. The reconciliation rescues geometry's objectivity from nominalism. The interlocutor's distress is instructive. We never know or prove without words or signs in mind, and without characters we could not reason distinctly. Leibniz noted in the margin that when God calculates and exercises his thought, the world is made. Yet drawn figures in geometry are themselves characters. The circle on paper is not a true circle, but suffices when taken for one. Useful by similarity, though primary elements, 0, need no likeness to nothing or to a line. What saves reasoning is not similarity in each sign, but a complex order agreeing with things, a correspondence or proportion among characters expressing the same things, so that whichever signs we choose, the same result follows if order and measure are observed. Truths presuppose characters and sometimes concern characters themselves, as in casting out nines. Yet they consist not in what is arbitrary, but in what is invariant in characters, the relation to things. It is always true, independent of our decision, that if given such characters, such reasoning succeeds, it will likewise succeed given others whose relation to the former is known. The reasoning preserves a relation resulting from the relation among characters, obvious from substituting and comparing. Comments on Spinoza's philosophy. Against the ethics, Leibniz presses the difference between God as necessary being and creatures as contingent. An infinite extended thing is only imaginary. An infinite thinking thing is God. Necessary things following from God's infinite nature are eternal truths. Particular creatures are produced by others. One does not arrive at God by regress alone. Even to infinity, each depends on God nonetheless. Tatian's spirits and stars and plants suggest a world soul like air in organ pipes. When the pipe breaks, the soul returns idle to the world soul. Leibniz rejects this. There are as many incorporeal substances or souls as natural organic machines. Spinoza's claim that everything is animated and that a soul is an idea of the body in God confuses abstract ideas with living sources. Ideas are like numbers and shapes and cannot act. It is a mockery to call souls immortal because ideas are eternal, as if the soul of globe were eternal because the idea of a sphere is. The soul is not an idea, but the source of innumerable ideas, something vital containing active force. On Spinoza's view, a soul would be different at every moment as the body changes. Creatures as vanishing modifications. Essences may be conceived without God in some sense. Existence cannot. Modes come from nothing. Matter aggregate, not substance. Extension, indefinite repetition. Mind and body, not same attribute. Corporeal substance, soul plus organic body. Thought in monads, extension in composites. Wachter's Kabbalah comparisons rejected. Infinite modes from attributes. God producing by same necessity as self-existence. All grains of truth swallowed in necessitarianism. From the necessity of the divine nature, Spinoza says, infinitely many things follow in infinitely many ways. Everything that can fall under infinite intellect. That view collapses possibility into necessity. Not every possible attains existence. Possibles get in one another's way. God chooses the best series. Without that choice, there is no reason why this world rather than another. Spinoza's necessitarianism eliminates providence, final causes, and the city of God as a moral monarchy of minds. Leibniz retains demonstration of God and the eternity of truths while refusing to make creatures modes or to dissolve freedom into geometric consequence. The world is a voluntary effect due to inclining reasons. Even a perpetual world would not be necessary. God could have not created or created otherwise. God does not produce by the same necessity as he exists. Power of things is from God, yet distinct. Things themselves operate. Spinoza improperly calls the striving each thing makes to persist in its being, tends towards something more particular and a more perfect way of existing. Essence remains the same while striving varies. Affirmation is not the mind's effort to conserve its ideas. We affirm nothing and still strive. And on Spinoza's own terms, the mind is an idea and does not have ideas. Affirmation and negation are not volition, for volition involves the principle of the good. Will as power of willing is not related to particular volitions as a species to individuals. Particular causes modify the will to produce this volition. Errors are not free acts of will, though we often contribute to them freely. Against the political treatise's scorn for minds as kingdoms within kingdoms. Every substance whatsoever is such a kingdom, yet in precise harmony with everything else, no influx except from God, dependence on all else through God the author. The Malkuth of God eliminates neither divine nor human freedom, only the indifference of equilibrium. Understanding necessity does not content the sufferer. The soul is happy if it understands that good follows from evil and that what happens is best if we have wisdom. Intellectual love of God is only a sop to the masses if God necessarily produces good and bad indiscriminately. True love is grounded in goodness. Spinoza denies science of particulars whose existence has no connection with essence. Yet elsewhere, everything flows necessarily from the divine essence. A contradiction. Finite things cannot arise from an infinite cause only through other finites without ever reaching production by God. Rather, God produces substances and concurs with their actions without producing the actions themselves. Two sects of naturalists, letters on substance and thinking matter. Naturalists who admit only bodies, and those who admit a world soul without individual substances, both miss the true unity required for corporeal substance. Force and perception belong to simples. Aggregates alone never yield in unum per se correspondence with Burnet and Lady Massenpress's Locke's question of thinking matter. Matter as pure extension or resistance cannot think. If God superadds thought to matter, either he creates a soul or he works a perpetual miracle against the nature of the subject. Substance is the key. Simple ideas may be awakened by sense and reflection rather than painted on a blank tablet. Worcester and Locke's dispute over substratum shows both that assemblage of accidents is not enough and that I know not what, without further analysis, is idle. Yet substance as what subsists and supports is not a joke about Indian tortoises when force and unity are understood. Two sects map the landscape. Epicureans, Hobbes, corporeal souls, no providence, and New Stoics, Spinoza, blind world soul, no final causes, patience without hope. Plato's Phaedo antidote. Socrates on final causes mocks Anaxagoras' vortices, bones and sinews condition sitting, justice and honor cause it. Hope distinguishes Plato from Stoic patience before immutable torrent. Socrates expected Anaxagoras to explain why earth round not flat by what is best, found only ethereal matters. like explaining sitting by bones while forgetting Athenians judge condemnation. Just and Socrates chose honor over flight to Boeotia. Epicureans cannot have all-powerful God and body. Sun worshippers mistook one sun for all. New Stoics admit incorporeal God, yet blind necessity. No justice but fiat. Matter exhausting forms. Providence in name only. Conduct reduces to Epicurean tranquility. Descartes suspect for rejecting final causes, making justice and truth divine fiat. Matter through all forms. Socrates and Plato suit piety. Admirable dialogue on immortality, day of death, wonders substituting for sadness, better men and gods awaited. Hobbes on truth, characters necessary for distinct reasoning. Truth not arbitrary. Real possibility constrains definitions. Spinoza, soul not an idea. Active force, not all possibles exist. Against world soul and vanishing modes. Thinking matter. Superaddition either creates a soul or violates nature's. Substance as key. Quote, truth pertains to propositions or to thoughts, but to propositions or thoughts that are possible, so that at very least, we can be certain that if anyone were to think in this way or in its opposite, his thought would be true or false. Quote, ideas are purely abstract things, like numbers and shapes, and cannot act. The soul is not an idea, but the source of innumerable ideas. For, over and above a present idea, the soul has something active, that is, the production of new ideas. Locke in a New Essays preface. Burnet on substance, Massam on thinking matter. On the occasion of the Worcester-Locke exchange, Leibniz takes the notion of substance to be one of the keys to true philosophy. Whether simple ideas come from senses and reflection, he would rather say they are awakened in us by those means, as he once explained in a paper sent to Burnet on another occasion. Both antagonists agree that the idea of substance needs more than assemblage of accidents. Locke's jests about the Indian tortoise supporting the earth led Worcester to think Locke rejected substance as inadvertence. Locke replies that custom here is based on reason, and that the tortoise applies only to those who satisfy themselves with the word substratum. Worcester's strong remark remains. Philosophers add that substance subsists by itself. Leibniz's own contributions in the Acta develop substance as force and unity. To Lady Massam, he argues that thinking matter, if meant as matter alone thinking, contradicts the nature of what is merely passive or extended. God does not arbitrarily contradict natures. Perception belongs to simples. Pre-established harmony joins soul and organic machine without influx. Burnet's 1703 letter finds Leibniz rereading Casse French for innate ideas against tabula rasa, clear versus distinct ideas. Substance clear from internal sentiment, though not always distinct like colors before Newton. Locke's retraction on impulse-only motion after Newton praised for piety, but resisted. Gravity at distance, not natural and less mechanical. Elastic force essential. Corporeal substance distinguished from secondary and primary matter. Passive matter cannot think without active principle joined. Preface to the New Essays. The famous preface opens the unfinished dialogue with Locke's essay. Beasts and empirics connect images. When a new situation resembles a former, they expect what was joined to it, a shadow of reasoning, transitions of imagination. Reason counsels expectation from long experience. Yet that is not necessary truth. It fails when reasons change. The wise probe for reasons and formulate exceptions. Only reason establishes sure rules and finds connections in the force of necessary consequences, often foreseeing without sensible links. What justifies the internal principles of necessary truths also distinguishes humans from beasts. Locke's first book rejects innate illumination understood as stamped explicit propositions or visions. Leibniz agrees against that extravagance. Yet second book admits reflection, attention within, and senses do not give what we bring. Being, unity, substance, duration, action, perception innate as we are innate to ourselves. Comparison not blank tablet or uniform marble, but veined marble for Hercules. Truths innate as inclinations, dispositions, habits, potentialities accompanied by often insensible actions. Locke seems to deny merely potential or not always apperceived. Habits, memory, songs beginning recall rest. Forgotten apperceptions may extend beyond reason's bound. Reminiscence not impossible for pure reason. Soul not empty without borrowed images. No perfectly homogeneous tablet. Locke on mind, not always thinking. Bodies without motion so souls without thought. Leibniz replies substance never without action, body never without motion, boil against absolute rest. Dreamless sleep filled with petite perceptions, death swoon wrapping them. Waking restores distinction. Continuity with denial of atoms of time and vacuum of thought. Personal identity for morality needs memory. Metaphysical subsistence insufficient for reward. King of China without memory. Worcester, Locke on thinking matter. Locke cannot prove immateriality on his principles though probable from gods. Great ends of religion secured without it. Leibniz, natural immortality demonstrated, destruction miraculous. Locke's 1699 retraction on impulse, praise for piety, yet miracles in ordinary nature license bad philosophy. Centripetal virtues, intentional species. Grant attraction at distance without intelligibility to maintain thinking matter, from doubting insensible in souls to occult in bodies. Judicious author wrong on natural thinking matter. Right opposing tabula rasa when reflection shows innates. Dialogue form sacrifices charm for parallel reading. Abandoned at Locke's death. Systems differ. Popular Aristotle versus more Platonic Leibniz. Innate idea of supreme being may sleep until reflection awakens it in every nation. Locke seems to deny anything merely potential or not always consciously perceived. Yet habits and memory contents are not always apperceived, though a song's beginning recalls the rest. Limiting the thesis to what was previously apperceived cannot, by reason alone, bound forgotten apperceptions. Platonist reminiscence, fabulous though it is not incompatible with pure reason. Is the soul so empty that without borrowed images it is nothing? No homogeneous tablet exists. We can dig objects of thought from our depths. Fundamentally, Locke's two sources, senses and reflection, agree with the common view once reflection is taken seriously. Locke devoted first book to rejecting innate illumination in one sense. Yet at beginning of second book admits ideas from reflection, being, unity, substance within us always present though not apperceived. Arithmetic and geometry rest on internal principles awakened by experience, not proved by induction. One instance of white does not prove all white. Nova Zembla refutes universal dawn. Beasts never form necessary propositions. Their consequences shadow of reasoning. Imagination's transitions when situations resemble. Humans demonstrate. Reason formulates exceptions, finds necessary connections compulsion of beasts cannot reach. Author may not entirely disagree, once reflection taken as attention within. On whether the mind always thinks, Locke objects that bodies can be without motion, so souls without thought. Leibniz replies that a substance never ceases to act. Dreamless sleep has petite perceptions, confused murmurs like waves at the shore, that determine us though we do not distinctly notice them. Death and swoon wrap perceptions. Waking restores distinction. Continuity of perception is of a piece with the denial of atoms of time and vacuum of thought. Personal identity for morality requires memory. Metaphysical subsistence of substance is not enough for reward and punishment, as in the Discourses King of China. Sea roar requires each wave, though none noticed alone. Rope breaks only after slight strains. Awakening requires perception of noises beginning. Insensible perceptions individuate, connect being to universes infinite, fill present with future, explain harmony replacing influx, feigning equilibrium when turning right or left. Insensible as corpuscles in physics, nature never leaps against instantaneous velocity change in collision laws. Innate necessary truths are not stamped as explicit propositions in infants. They are dispositions elicited by occasion, as veins need polishing. Experience is the occasion, not the source, of necessary truths. Contingent truths of fact require sufficient reason through infinite analysis known completely only to God. The new essays thus join the epistemology of reflection to the metaphysics of monads. The mind mirrors the universe from its point of view, and Lockean empiricism, purified, becomes an account of how that mirror is awakened rather than inscribed from without. Petite perceptions do more work than Locke allows. To hear the shores murmur, we must hear each wave, however confusedly. 100,000 nothings cannot make a something. We never sleep so soundly as to lack weak sensation. The greatest noise would not awaken us without perception of its beginning, as a rope breaks only after least strains have stretched it. These tiny perceptions make up the I know not what of sensory flavors, clear in the aggregate and confused in the parts. They involve the infinite connection of each being with the rest of the universe. By them the present is filled with the future and laden with the past. Sympnoia panta, as Hippocrates said, and eyes as piercing as God's could read the whole sequence of the universe in the smallest substance. They individuate by traces of previous states, connecting present to past, recoverable by superior mind, even when memory fails. Death might only be a sleep in which perceptions cease to be sufficiently distinct. By them Leibniz explains pre-established harmony between soul and body and among all monads, taking the place of untenable influx. They determine us without our thinking, feigning indifference of equilibrium whether we turn right or left, and cause the uneasiness that differs from pain only as small from great, yet spices desire and pleasure. They relate colors and heats to corresponding motions. Cartesians and Locke treat such perceptions as arbitrary gifts of divine pleasure without essential relation, unworthy of the wisdom that does nothing without harmony. Insensible perceptions have as much use in pneumatics as corpuscles in physics. To reject either because beyond the senses is unreasonable. Nature never makes leaps, the law of continuity, from small to large through intermediates, motion never from rest except through lesser motion. Noticeable perceptions arise by degrees from one's too small to notice. Because of insensible variations, two individuals cannot be perfectly alike. This ends empty tablets, soul without thought, substance without action, void, atoms, undivided particles, and 1,000 incomplete fictions. Abstraction that sets aside what it knows is there is not error. Politics and philosophy fail equally by neglecting the micron. Souls remain always joined to some organic body. Metamorphosis, not metempsychosis, accounts for apparent generation and death. Animals enfold and unfold as caterpillar to butterfly. Locke's path from the improbability of thinking matter toward immateriality can be strengthened into demonstration once force and true unity are admitted. Natural immortality of the simple soul differs from immortality by grace alone, which concerns moral personality and memory. The dialogue with Locke was abandoned at his death in 1704. Systems differ. Locke closer to popular Aristotle, Leibniz more Platonic, yet both differ from the ancients they renovate. The preface thus stands as the public threshold to the new essays and as a compressed statement of the whole philosophy of mind that the monadology will crystallize. Kant's French version of the essay is the interlocutor's text. Leibniz writes, as if Philolith spoke Kant's Locke, while Theophilus speaks for the system of harmony, force, and innate dispositions. Veined marble, innate as dispositions/potentialities, not blank tablet. Reflection as attention within. Petit's perceptions. Mind always perceives. Sleep and empiric association versus reason's necessary connections. Substance and thinking matter. Assemblage of accidents insufficient. matter alone cannot think. Quote, if the soul were like these empty tablets, truths would be in us as the shape of Hercules is in a block of marble, when the marble is completely indifferent to receiving this shape or another. But if the stone had veins which marked out the shape of Hercules rather than other shapes, then that block would be more determined with respect to that shape, and Hercules would be as though innate in it in some sense. This is how ideas and truths are innate in us, as natural inclinations, dispositions, habits, or potentialities are, and not as actions are. Quote, reflection is nothing other than attention to what is within us, and the senses do not give us what we already bring with us. Given this, can anyone deny that there is a great deal innate in our mind, since we are innate to ourselves, so to speak, and since we have within ourselves being, unity, substance, duration, change, action, perception, pleasure, and 1,000 other objects of our intellectual ideas? Berkeley, Newton, Huygens, and Clarke. Berkeley. The Irish bishop who denied the reality of bodies drew from Leibniz two very different responses, separated by tone and occasion. Writing to Des Bosses in March 1715, Leibniz is curt. The author does not bring forward suitable reasons, nor does he explain himself sufficiently. Leibniz suspects a man who wants to be known for his paradoxes, a reputation purchased at the cost of philosophical rigor. The marginal remarks on Berkeley's principles, composed the previous winter on the last page of Leibniz's own copy of the Dublin edition, are more generous and more revealing. Much in Berkeley is correct and close to Leibniz's own view. The trouble is expression. Berkeley says matter is nothing. Leibniz replies that this is not necessary. It is sufficient to say that matter is a phenomenon, like the rainbow, not a substance but the resultant of substances. The comparison is exact. The rainbow is real as appearance, well-founded in the optics of water and light, yet not a self-subsistent being alongside the drops and rays that produce it. Corporeal nature, on Leibniz's mature account, occupies the same metaphysical station. Bodies are phenomena in the strict sense, aggregates whose unity and persistence are grounded in the perceiving monads that constitute them, not an extension taken as a primitive substrate. Berkeley and Leibniz agree that space is no more real than time. Space is the order of coexistence. Time is the order of things that have existed before. Both are relational structures abstracted from the situations of real things, not containers in which substances sit as in a box. Where Berkeley stops, however, Leibniz presses on. True substances are monads, perceivers, simple active centers whose representations are coordinated without influx by pre-established harmony. Berkeley should have advanced to the infinity of monads constituting everything and to their harmony. Without that step, immaterialism remains a psychology of spirits and sensible ideas cut off from the dynamical ground of force, law, and individuation that Leibniz's system supplies. The phenomenal world is saved, not abolished. What is denied is only the pretension of extended bulk to be substance in the full sense. The criticisms that follow are not incidental. Berkeley rejects abstract ideas, restricts ideas to imaginations, and condemns the subtleties of arithmetic and geometry, badly, or at least in vain, since the sciences he would protect depend on distinctions finer than images can supply. The worst error, in Leibniz's judgment, is a rejection of the division of extension to infinity. One may rightly reject infinitesimal quantities as fictions of calculation without denying that the continuum is actually divisible without end. To deny infinite division is to break the bridge between geometry and the metaphysics of simple substances, each of which expresses the universe from its point of view. Berkeley's half-truth, that what we call body is appearance grounded in perceivers, needs the monadic infinity and harmonic ordination Leibniz elaborates elsewhere. Idealism without monads is truncated. Phenomenalism without force is static. The Irish author glimpsed the relativity of space and the ideality of the mechanical world. He did not reach the living architecture of substances that makes that glimpse demonstrable rather than paradoxical. Absolute and Relative Motion, Letters to Huygens. Newton's scholium on absolute and relative motion, with the celebrated bucket experiment, attempted to show that from effects one can know when a body is truly in motion. Water ascending the sides of a rotating vessel, Newton argued, reveals absolute circular motion by its endeavor to recede from the axis, a mark independent of the relative motion of nearby bodies. Leibniz's letters to Huygens in 1694 reject this inference and generalize the relativity Newton had already granted for rectilinear cases. If motion, or rather the motive force of bodies, is something real, as Leibniz thinks we must acknowledge, it would need a subject. Yet when A and B approach each other, all phenomena remain the same no matter which is assumed in motion or at rest. Among 1,000 bodies, phenomena could not furnish us, nor even the angels, with infallible grounds for determining the subject of motion or its degree. Each separately could be conceived as at rest. This is the equivalence of hypotheses in full generality, without exception for circulation. The concession is deliberate and important. Each body has a certain degree of motion, or if one prefers, a certain degree of force, notwithstanding the equivalence of hypotheses at the level of observable kinematics. From this, Leibniz derives the consequence that there is something more in nature than what geometry determines, something higher than extension and its variations, namely force. Newton recognized equivalence for rectilinear motions, but believed that the effort circulating bodies exert to move away from the center allows us to recognize absolute motion. Leibniz had reasons leading him to believe there are no exceptions to the general law. Huygens, who once seemed to side with Newton on circular motion, now agrees. Circular motion offers no privileged mark of absolute rest or motion in the phenomena themselves. The difference between Leibniz and Huygens narrows to manner of speech. Leibniz accommodates common usage solva veritate, holding the simplest hypothesis, everything considered, as the true one, since he has no other criterion when phenomena underdetermine the subject of motion. The planetary letter to Huygens of 1690 extends the dynamical program beyond the epistemology of motion. Having read Newton's Principia in Rome, Leibniz admired many fine things, yet could not understand how Newton conceives gravity or attraction, a certain incorporeal and inexplicable power, whereas Huygens explained weight very plausibly by the laws of mechanics. Leibniz's harmonic circulation, speed inversely proportional to distances, areas proportional to times, yields Kepler's rules and an inverse square centrifugal tendency from intelligible assumptions about vortices and ether. The coplanarity of planetary orbits, which Newton's bare attraction leaves as brute fact, calls for mechanical explanation in Leibniz's view. 3 systems of vortices suffice to show that such order need not be cosmic accident. Gravity's appearance in the heavens, as inversely proportional to the squares of distances, still wants an account of why that proportion holds. The most plausible explanation so far being Huygens's, not Newton's mathematized occult tendency. Relative motion does not abolish real force. It abolishes absolute place as a property bodies carry in themselves. Force remains in subjects. Only the idol of a space that could distinguish indiscernible configurations without difference in the things is expelled. Against attraction as a cult, mechanical philosophy, the anti-barbarous physicus and related writings frame the quarrel with Newtonian attraction as a civilizational choice between mechanical intelligibility and the revival of scholastic darkness. Leibniz does not deny the astronomical success of assuming mutual gravitation among planets. That discovery is very worthwhile. The error begins when men infer that gravity is essential to matter, a God-given inherent attractive power, as if matter had senses, or as if intelligence were given to each part by which it could perceive and desire even the most remote thing. Such people threaten to lead us back to the kingdom of darkness, abandoning mechanical explanations by which the conatus of gross bodies toward great cosmic masses might be accounted for through the motion of smaller pervading bodies. Magnetic, elastic, and other forces are permissible only insofar as we understand that they are not primitive but arise from motions and shapes. The new patrons of attraction do not want this. They rest satisfied with a ratio that explains appearances while leaving the nature of the force occult. The historical argument is genealogical. Democritus cleansed physics of mysterious qualities, yet left the insuperable hardness of atoms, and from that error, the vacuum. Epicurus added atomic weight and declination without cause, elegantly ridiculed by Cicero. Aristotle, read aright, had already set out the case against void and atoms that Descartes and Hobbes later revived. Gassendi maintained atoms and void, two things both mysterious and absurd. Galileo, Junius, Descartes, and Hobbes purged inexplicable chimeras and joined mathematics to physics, yet they did not sufficiently recognize the true metaphysical principles or the explanations of motion and laws of nature that derive from them. Leibniz undertook to fill that gap. Everything happens mechanically in nature, but the principles of mechanism are metaphysical, and the laws of motion have been established not with absolute necessity, but from the will of a wise cause. Locke's trajectory illustrates the seduction. In the first edition of the essay, he judged that no body is moved except through the impulse of a body touching it, as Hobbes, Boyle, and the best English mechanists held. Afterwards, following the authority of friends more than his own judgment, he retracted and believed that wonderful things can lie hidden in the essence of matter. It is as if someone sought a knot on a bulrush and wanted to force the clear to be obscure. Boyle had refuted Linus's corporeal funiculus binding matter together because it assumed something imaginary and inexplicable which binds the very thread together. Incorporeal attractive force working at any distance without medium or means is more foolish still. Once assumed, attraction forces its partisans toward the vacuum, since attraction of everything for everything would be pointless if everything were full, whereas Leibniz rejects the void on metaphysical grounds independent of mechanical fashion. More matter is better for the exercise of divine wisdom and power. Mathematical principles alone, shared with Democritus and Epicurus, do not oppose materialism, but metaphysical principles, sufficient reason, force, monads do. Final causes govern spirits, efficient causes bodies. The two orders harmonize without influx. Organic bodies are everywhere. Only monads are substances in the strict sense. To stop at unexplained attraction is to feed on acorns when corn has been discovered. Letters to Clarke, 1715-16. The correspondence with Samuel Clarke, Newton's friend and spokesman, published in 1717 with Newton's likely assistance, crystallizes the divide between continental dynamics and English absolutism. Leibniz opens by lamenting the decay of natural religion in England. Material souls, God considered corporeal, space as a sensorium, and a world machine that God must rewind like imperfect clocks. Clarke defends absolute space and time, divine presence in space, and intermittent divine repair when nature's forces run down. Leibniz answers from the two great principles that change the face of metaphysics: sufficient reason and the identity of indiscernibles. Mathematical principles concern contradiction and identity. To pass from mathematics to natural philosophy, another principle is required, that nothing happens without a reason why it should be so rather than otherwise. Archimedes' balance is a special case. Equilibrium demands equal reasons on both sides. By this principle, one demonstrates God and the dynamic principles of force. Clarke grants the principle in words and denies it in reality whenever he treats space as an absolute being. If space were something in itself besides the order of bodies, it would be absolutely uniform. One point would not differ from another. God could have placed the universe's matter in the same internal relations, yet shifted the whole 3 feet east, or east and west exchanged, without any difference in the things. There would then be no sufficient reason for the actual placement against Leibniz's axiom. The same argument applies to time. To ask why God did not create the world a year sooner, holding all successive relations fixed, is to suppose time distinct from the things in time, and therefore to make an impossible fiction. Space denotes, in terms of possibility, an order of coexistence. Time, an order of successions. If there were no creatures, space and time would exist only in the ideas of God, as mere ideal possibilities of ordering. Clarke's retreat, that God's simple will chooses without further reason, is chimerical. A will without motive is a fiction inconsistent with God's perfection and with the definition of will itself. Fatality of the wisest order is not blind necessity. What must be avoided is choice without discernible ground, the Epicurean chance raised to theology. Newton's sensorium of God, taken in its ordinary sense as organ of sensation, tends to make God the soul of the world. God perceives things in himself because he continually produces them. The soul knows by a principle representative of things without. Those who fancy the soul gives new force to the body, and God the same to mend his machine, make God too much like the vulgar soul and the world too imperfect. Dependence upon a perfect artisan is why nature needs no mending. Particular machines may be disordered, not the entire universe. Miracles are not defined by unusualness. Monsters would then be miracles, but by what surpasses the powers of creatures. Gravity as perpetual miracle or as unexplained attraction is to be rejected for philosophy. Pre-established harmony and force in substances keep the laws without influx and without a God who winds his watch. Clarke grants sufficient reason in words, yet denies in reality when defending absolute space. Idol of tribe per Bacon. Simple will, without reason, is chimerical indifference, true choice grounded in wisdom. Void rejected, more matter more occasion for divine wisdom. Identity of indiscernibles. No two bodies perfectly alike in all respects. Attraction miraculous, if not mechanical. Body in free, circular motion in ether without other acting creature, inexplicable without miracle. Vis viva conserved, not Cartesian quantity of motion. Space not in God as parts. Duration successive, instants not parts of time. Bodies aggregates, well-founded phenomena. Monads alone substances. Indestructibility of souls, natural theology and eternal jurisprudence. Debate through Caroline 1715-16. Clarke published 1717. Newton likely prepared replies. Leibniz's first paper warns natural religion decays. Lockean's uncertain whether soul material and perishable. Newton makes space God's organ. Then things do not depend altogether on God. Watchmaker God wins and cleans machine. Versus force conserved, pre-established order. Miracles for grace alone. Second paper. Materialists confine themselves to mathematical principles like Democritus. Christians add immaterial substances. Opposition is metaphysical, not mathematical. Pythagoras, Plato, Aristotle knew these principles. Leibniz claims demonstrative establishment in theodicy. Contradiction grounds mathematics. Sufficient reason passes to natural philosophy and dynamic principles. Newton's matter inconsiderable if vast void. Leibniz prefers more matter for divine wisdom. Sensorium in optics appendix. Organ of sensation. Malebranche rightly denied bare presence suffices for soul's representation of body. Soul indivisible. Immediate presence only at point if extended. How perceive outside point. Leibniz claims first to show how soul consciously perceives body via harmony, not influx. True reason to commend machine is skill of workmanship, not power of artisan. God need not mend what wisdom pre-established. If God must mend supernaturally or naturally, either miracles explain all physics or God comprehended under nature, neither acceptable. Third paper. Clarke's instance of shifting situations exactly Leibniz's demonstration against absolute space. Idol of tribe and cave. Space eternal infinite with parts cannot be God. Relational account. Space order of coexistence possible and actual together. Time order of successions. Demonstrations confute space as substance. Sufficient reason. Uniform space without bodies. No reason for east-west placement. Indiscernible states same. Preference chimerical. Time. Why create years sooner? Inference, right only if time distinct from things. Instance without things nothing. Clarke adds sufficient reason, often God's simple will. Maintains will without reason against axiom. Leibniz grounds choice in reasons agreeable to wisdom. Avoids blind fatality, not wise providence. More matter consistent with same void things. Objects of goodness, not increased by empty space. Goclenius on sensorium barbarous scholastic coinage. Blind man and distracted do not see. Author must explain soul's external perception. God present by essence and operation, not situation. Soul's diffusion over body makes it extended. Idols of tribe. Active force diminishing with disorder relative to God, who could prevent. He did prevent by pre-established remedies, not post hoc repairs. God's supermundana, not denied by saying above world. Conservation, actual preservation of beings, powers, orders, motions. Fourth paper addresses Clarke's replies on attraction, vacuum, miracles. Fifth paper, abridged in collection, no indiscernible bodies. Place ideal like genealogical or musical ratio. Two ships, same situation if universe shifted. Attraction without mechanical explication, same genus as scholastic faculties and Epicurean declination. Philosophy must not return to darkness, Newtonian's invite. Free motion and ether around center without other body acting. Miracle, since inexplicable by body nature. Vis viva conserved. Quantity of motion not. Space not place of God's ideas, unless making God soul of world like imagined soul-body union. Ascribing too much to soul, too little to God. Organic machines in inorganic mass, however rude. No chaos unworthy of wisdom. All organic bodies animated. Souls and bodies change not one another's laws. Kingdom of final causes and souls, efficient in bodies, virtually independent yet harmonious. Indestructibility of souls beyond controversy. Natural theology and eternal jurisprudence from known causes. True happiness derivable. Berkeley's phenomenal matter. Huygens' relative force. Clarke's absolute space. One arc. Substances monads. Phenomena well-founded. Space-time orders. Force metaphysical. Harmony replaces influx and divine clock repair. What Descartes or Boyle would say returning to essential attraction and instantaneous starlight through void. Refutations bury revive chimera. True philosophy rejects vacuum, an unexplained pull, yet explains all phenomena mechanically from principles established by wise will's fitness, not absolute necessity, nor perpetual artisanal repair. The correspondence's enduring lesson. Intelligibility in nature requires monads as true substances, relational space and time, living force conserved, and pre-established harmony. Not absolute containers, not action at a distance left occult, not a deity who winds an imperfect machine. Against Berkeley, phenomena suffice without denying substances. Against Newton, mathematics must not masquerade as metaphysics. Against Clarke, sufficient reason and indiscernibles make demonstrative what the English school left arbitrary. Leibniz's last public metaphysical campaign at last unites phenomenal bodies, mechanical explication, and incorporeal monads together in one fully coherent system worthy of divine wisdom and human reason. Berkeley, matter as rainbow phenomenon, not nothing. Monads, infinite division, and pre-established harmony missing from immaterialism alone. Relative motion/force. Equivalence of hypotheses without circular exception. Real motive force beyond geometry. Simplest hypothesis as truth criterion. Mechanical philosophy. Attraction at distance as occult quality or perpetual miracle. Laws from divine wisdom, not blind necessity. Void rejected metaphysically. Clarke, sufficient reason and indiscernibles against absolute space/time. Place, genealogy, and musical ratio as ideal orders. Against sensorium and watchmaker God. Miracles as surpassing creature powers. Quote, "It is not necessary to say that matter is nothing, but it is sufficient to say that it is a phenomenon like the rainbow, and that it is not a substance, but the resultant of substances, and that space is no more real than time. That is, that space is nothing but the order of coexistence, just as time is the order of things that have existed before. True substances are monads, that is, perceivers. Quote, I believe that if motion, or rather the motive force of bodies, is something real, as it seems we must acknowledge, it would need to have a subject. For if A and B approach each other, I assert that all phenomena would be the same, no matter which of them is assumed to be in motion or at rest. And if there were 1,000 bodies, I agree that the phenomena could not furnish us, nor even the angels, with infallible grounds for determining the subject of motion or its degree. Quote, the great foundation of mathematics is the principle of contradiction or identity. But in order to proceed from mathematics to natural philosophy, another principle is required, the principle of sufficient reason, namely, that nothing happens without a reason why it should be so rather than otherwise. Quote, place is that which we say is the same to A and to B, when the relation of the coexistence of B with C, E, F, G, etc., agrees perfectly with the relation of the coexistence which A had with the same C, F, G, etc., in like manner, as the mind can fancy to itself an order made up of genealogical lines whose size would consist only in the number of generations. And so, those genealogical places, lines, and spaces, though they should express real truths, would only be ideal things. Quote, space is the place of things, and not the place of God's ideas, unless we look upon space as something that makes the union between God and things an imitation of the imagined union between the soul and the body, which would still make God the soul of the world. Those who fancy that the soul can give a new force to the body, and that God does the same in the world to mend the imperfections of his machine, make God too much like the soul by ascribing too much to the soul and too little to God. Conclusion. From the letter to Fowker to the papers against Clarke, Leibniz's essays form one continuous argument. Analysis must reach identities and sufficient reasons. Essences and possibles are real in the divine understanding. Existence is contingent and chosen as best. Substances are true unities endowed with force, perception, and appetite, phenomena of bodies, space, and motion are well-founded only when grounded in those unities and in laws that express divine wisdom. The Cartesians are praised for method and geometry, corrected for quantity of motion, occasionalism, and a God without ends. Hobbes is answered on arbitrary truth, Spinoza on necessity and the soul as idea, Locke on the blank tablet and thinking matter, Berkeley on matter as nothing, Newton and Clarke on absolute space and a God who mends his machine. What remains is a city of God in which nature and grace interpenetrate, architect and legislator satisfied together, minds progressing without satiety toward an infinite perfection that can never be entirely known. The arc of the volume is also pedagogical. Early pieces on the characteristic and primary truths teach the tools. The discourse and Arnauld letters forge complete notions and concomitants under fire. Dynamics and the new system make force and harmony public. The monadology and principles of nature and grace compress the system. Part 2 tests it against every major rival of the age. Limits remain. The Hackett selection abbreviates the Clarke fifth paper and omits the full new essays and theodicy. Yet within its bounds it is the clearest path into Leibniz's mature metaphysics and its engagements. Key persons discussed. René Descartes. Method, cogito, extension as essence of body, quantity of motion, rules of impact, perpetual interlocutor and target. Antoine Arnauld. Critic of Discourse, Section 13. Correspondence that forces complete notions, hypothetical necessity, and pre-established harmony into clarity. Nicolas Malebranche. Vision in God and Occasionalism. Preston Fillereet. Ariste and Against Deus Ex Machina. Baruch Spinoza. Necessitarianism. Soul as idea of body, world without providence. Rejected while retaining demonstration of God. John Locke. Essay and New Essays Preface. tabula rasa, reflection, thinking matter, substance as substratum. Isaac Newton/Samuel Clarke, absolute space and time, attraction, sensorium, divine repair, answer by sufficient reason and indiscernibles. Christian Huygens, ally on relative motion and mechanical gravity, correspondent on force and planetary theory. Key works discussed: Discourse on Metaphysics, 1686, and Letters to Arnauld. Complete Individual Notions, Contingency, Concomitance. Specimen of Dynamics/Preliminary Specimen. Living Force versus Cartesian MV, Metaphysical Grounds of Physics. New System of Nature, 1695 Public Statement of Monads and Pre-Established Harmony. Principles of Nature and Grace and Monadology. Compact Late System, Sufficient Reason, Mirrors, City of God. Preface to the New Essays. Veined Marble, Petit's Perceptions, Critique of Locke. Letters to Clarke, 1715-16 Relational Space/Time against Newtonian Absolutism. Index of Key Concepts. Best of Possible Worlds. God's free choice, among infinitely many complete series of possibles, of the one with greatest perfection, greatest variety with greatest order, most effect by simplest means. Possibles claim existence in proportion to their reality. Without this choice, there would be no reason why things are thus and not otherwise. The doctrine secures providence and theodicy while denying that the actual world is the only logically possible one. Complete individual notion. The perfect concept of an individual substance contains all its predicates, past, present, and future, necessary and free, as God sees them in the realm of possibility before creation. Creating Adam is not creating a vague first man plus later decrees for each event, but actualizing a fully determinate possible whose notion already involves the series. Rules out both fatal necessity. The connection is certain through free decrees, not contradiction, and a wholly decree-independent intrinsic necessity of every detail. Concomitance/pre-established harmony, agreement of soul and body, and of all created substances, without metaphysical influx or continual miraculous adjustment. God constituted each substance so that what happens per se in one corresponds perfectly to what happens in the others, like choirs that neither hear nor see one another, yet keep time. Differs from occasionalism, God changing laws on each occasion, and from the vulgar hypothesis that something passes from one substance into another. Identity of indiscernibles. Never are there two individuals differing by number alone. Any real difference must be grounded in some difference they contain. Perfect similarity belongs only to incomplete abstractions, shapes without matter. With sufficient reason, it drives out absolute space and time as uniform containers of indiscernible places and moments. Why create here rather than 3 feet east? Living force, vis viva, the conserved quantity of active power in bodies, jointly proportional to bulk and the square of velocity. MV superscript 2, measured by the height a body can raise itself. Distinct from Cartesian quantity of motion, MV, and from dead force, mere solicitation before motion progresses. Grounds dynamics in metaphysics. Force is real. Motion as bare change of situs is relational. Laws express fitness, not absolute geometrical necessity. Monad, simple substance without parts or windows. A true unity that enters into composites only as an element of aggregates. Natural changes arise from an internal principle. Perception represents a multitude in the simple. Appetite tends from perception to perception. Living mirror of the universe from its point of view. Minds that know eternal truths become spirits in the city of God. Rules out atoms of extension, bare aggregates as substances, and souls as mere ideas of bodies. Petit's perceptions, insensible or unapperceived perceptions that nonetheless affect us. Each wave in the shore's murmur, the beginnings of a noise that later awakens us. They individuate by traces of past states, connect each being with the rest of the universe, fill the present with future and past, and explain apparent indifference of equilibrium. Continuity, nature never leaps, and the denial of a blank tablet or a mind without thought depend on them. Predicate in subject. The nature of truth. In every affirmative proposition, the predicate or consequent is in the subject or antecedent, explicitly in identities, implicitly elsewhere, and shown by analysis of notions. From it follows sufficient reason, symmetry of equals, and the complete notion of substances. Contingent truths keep a real connection of terms, even when analysis proceeds to infinity without reaching identity, as incommensurables have proportion without a finite common measure. Sufficient reason. Nothing takes place without a reason why it is so and not otherwise. No true assertion without a reason, though reasons may be unknown to us. Paired with contradiction. The latter grounds mathematics and necessities, the former grounds contingent existence, dynamics, and the passage from mathematics to natural philosophy, Archimedes' balance. Ultimate reason for the contingent series lies outside it in a necessary being, God. Universal characteristic. The project of assigning characteristic numbers, or signs, to notions so that reasoning becomes as clear and certain as arithmetic. Even probabilities weighable, disputes decidable by calculation. Nominal definitions may be arbitrary. The connections among well-designed characters are not. Stopgap numerical samples demonstrate logical form before the true alphabet of human thoughts is complete. Space and time. Relational space is the order of coexistence, possible and actual. Time the order of successives. Ideal when the mind abstracts place or duration from subjects, not absolute substances or divine organs. Same place is sameness of relations to fixed bodies. Genealogical places and musical ratios show how ideal orders remain useful without being real containers. Without creatures, space and time would be only in God's ideas. City of God/nature and grace. The moral world of minds under God as monarch, interpenetrating the kingdom of nature where God is architect. Minds express God rather than the world more than other substances do. Immortality required for morality includes memory of the person, not mere metaphysical subsistence. Grace perfects nature. Happiness is perpetual progress toward new perfections, never complete joy that would dull the mind. Reading comprehension questions. How do the principles of contradiction and sufficient reason divide necessary from contingent truths, and why does infinite analysis matter for freedom? Why is Cartesian quantity of motion rejected? And what do the four demonstrations of the preliminary specimen establish? What is a complete individual notion? And how does Leibniz answer Arnold's charge of fatal necessity? How does pre-established harmony differ from influx and from Malebranchian occasionalism? Why are space and time, for Leibniz, orders rather than absolute beings? And how does that refute Clarke's shifting universe objection? In what sense are ideas innate on the new essay's preface? And what work do Petit's perceptions do? How does Leibniz both agree with and correct Berkeley on matter as phenomenon? Does God always chooses the best, make the actual world necessary? And if not, where does Leibniz draw the line between necessity of the consequence and of the consequent?